If I can help somebody.
The Dale City Prince William County chapter of Top Ladies of Distinction and Top Teens of America invites you to participate in the 2022 Community Expo, where we are connecting educators, families, community members, and youth entrepreneurs to businesses, organizations, colleges, and community resources. The 2022 Expo is a landing point for resources and information directly targeted to meet the needs of our community, and we would love for you to be a part of this extraordinary event. In 2021, the Expo helped us build strong working relationships and referral partnerships with government agencies, non-government service providers, and community leaders. The 2022 event is planned to reach an even broader audience. May I encourage you to join us on Saturday, October 15th at 9 a.m. You can register for the Expo on Eventbrite by searching on Top Ladies of Distinction, Woodbridge, Virginia.
Somebody with a word or song. If I can show somebody that they're traveling the wrong road.
Well, good morning, everyone. We are so excited to see each of you this morning. Thank you for being here with us today. I am Lady Robin K. Butler, proudly serving as the Chapter First Vice President. On behalf of our executive leadership team, every top lady, and every top teen, we welcome you. Thank you for choosing to spend a portion of your Saturday with us. You've already heard the purpose of our expo, and it connects with our mission. What's our mission? It is to enhance and enrich the lives of youth and adults through our national programs and projects, and you'll see that on display today. So thank you to everyone that thought it not robbery to lend your time, your talent, and your treasure to participate in today's event. Again, thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Lady Robin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lady Ebony Moss, and I serve as the Director of Operations for our chapter, Dale City, Prince William County, and I will be your MC for today. So first, let me go over the plan of the day, give you the rules. So there's going to be a chat feature. So I want you to use the chat feature to ask questions. The questions will be posted to the various presenters at the different times within the sessions. And we also want you to use the hashtag DCPWCEXPO, DCPWC Expo 22 as your hashtag to be entered for a chance to win prizes throughout the day. The next session that's coming up, your first session, is going to be presented by NAACP. This session is going to be When We All Vote. As a reminder, Election Day is Tuesday, November the 8th, and you have until the 17th of October to get registered for this election. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the first session, When We All Vote, presented by NAACP.
Happy National Black Voter Day.
Today is all about recognizing the power of our voices and the responsibility we have to use them.
It's great news that more Black Americans were eligible to vote in the last presidential election than ever before. But at the same time, eligibility doesn't mean those ballots will actually be cast, especially when in some places it's getting harder and harder to vote.
We're seeing polling places closed down, early voting hours cut, folks being purged from the voting rolls. Who would have thought that in 2022, our right to vote would still be under threat? But here we are. Luckily, we still have the chance to show up and show that the power still lies in our hands.
This National Black Voter Day, I want you to head over to whenweallvote.org to check your voter registration status and ask 3 friends to do the same.
because when we all work together, we can make our voices heard. So let's get out there and do this together.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lady Capricia, and I will be presenting the When We All Vote and Civics update for this morning for this year's Community Expo. We are excited to present you with the latest and the greatest surrounding When We All Vote and all things civics update. So, as we heard from Michelle Obama, there is no better time to be prepared and be ready to vote in this upcoming election. Next slide, please. So here's our agenda today. We'll briefly touch on When We All Vote, My School Votes campaign. We'll briefly talk about the midterm elections, give you voting rights update, talk about voter suppression, redistricting, and what's on my ballot. And lastly, we'll talk about voter registration drives. Next slide, please. Okay, so kicking it off with When We All Vote and My School Votes. Let's give you a little update on that. Next slide, please. So in 2018, First Lady Michelle Obama launched the When We All Vote organization. It is a national organization that is really bringing people together from around the country of all ages to ensure everyone is ready and registered to vote. It really is aimed at changing the culture around voting, not only in the general election, but also in every election. Next slide, please. Okay, so for My School Votes, working alongside When We All Vote, My School Vote is aimed at our youth. That's right, our youth. Our youth are in the schools. They are ensuring that their high school peers and students are also registered and ready to vote when they turn 18. So the teens are definitely in this. They have taken the baton and they are showing up in their schools to make sure that their classmates are ready to vote. Next slide, please. So, My School Votes campaign, they also train our youth on all things getting registered and ready to vote. So for all of our TTA teens out there, we have some dates on the calendar in which you're able to log in to the When We All Vote website. You too can learn exactly what it is you need to do to make sure that your schools are registered and ready to vote. So the first dates in October and November, you see here, are going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and you can sign up on the When We All Vote website. Next slide, please. And we are so happy. TLOD, that's right, National TLOD partnered with When We All Vote in 2019. Under this partnership, TLOD has their own very unique QR code and a flyer. All we need to do is disseminate and circulate this flyer to our family and friends. All they have to do is scan the QR code. It will link them directly to the When We All Vote website. They can check their voter registration status there, and they can also register to vote. And what's great about this simple flyer is the QR code is linked to the National TLOD organization. So each time someone scans that QR code, TLOD is going to receive credit for that registered voter. So We encourage all ladies, all teens, to share the flyer with your family and friends. You can send it over a text message or you can email it out, and they will be able to check their voter registration status and register to vote by using the simple QR code. Next slide, please. So let's talk about midterm elections. As you're aware, there's a lot at stake for midterm elections. Let's move to the next slide, please. So, what's happening during the midterms? Every seat, that's right, every seat, 435 in the House of Representatives is up for re-election. That's a lot at stake. And 35 out of 100 of the Senate seats are also on the ballot. So I am positive you've seen all the commercials. You're very well aware what's on the ballot. Not only are we electing Senate and the House of Representatives, governors are on the ballot, as well as the Senate seats are on the ballot. Republicans are still in a position to net enough seats to gain control of both the House and the Senate. And lastly, right now, as it stands today, it is a 50-50 divide within the Senate. Republicans only need a net gain of just one seat to flip it. So we encourage everyone to make sure that they get out to the polls and vote in the November 8th election. Next slide, please. So what do you need to do to prepare to vote? No secret, Election Day is right around the corner, November the 8th. Check your voter registration status. Polling places generally change, so we want everyone to know where their polling place is. Once you've confirmed your polling place, know what's on your ballot. There's an easy way to find out who's on your ballot and what's on your ballot. You can go to Ballotpedia. You'll see your sample ballot there. You'll be able to be informed before you show up to the polls. So when you get to the polling place, you know exactly what you're going to do. You know exactly who you're going to vote for. We want everyone, all ladies and teens, to encourage family and friends in all the states that they reside in to show up and vote in the November election. The last thing on this slide, know the voter registration deadlines. All states have different voter registration deadlines. We want you to know that the voter registration deadline for Virginia is October the 17th. One caveat to that. This year, eligible voters are able to register to vote on Election Day. However, what's going to take place, you will receive a provisional ballot on Election Day. Once you're registered to vote in the system, your ballot will be cast. Next slide, please. So here's a little image I wanted to show the group, show the ladies of the actual voter registration deadlines across all states. And as you see here, it's a little small here, but Virginia, our voter registration deadline is October the 17th. Next slide, please. Let's watch this video with Martin Lawrence.
What's up, y'all? It's Martin Lawrence. Michelle Obama and I want you to vote loud this November. We teamed up to ask all you HBCU students out there to sign up to get your campus involved in voting this midterm. Help get your community registered to vote. The election is only a couple of weeks away. See you at the polls. Peace.
We appreciate Martin Lawrence for that video. So let's get into voting rights and voter suppression. Next slide, please. It's no secret, The Voting Rights Act of 1965, it protected the minorities' right to vote at the polls. However, in 2013, the Supreme Court swept away key provisions that was in the Voting Rights Act. So those provisions are known as the preclearance. That was Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. And so once the Voting Rights Act of 1965 diminished away, what happened? Minorities no longer were protected under the Voting Rights Act. States now can really do what they want as it pertains to voting rights, especially for the minority, people of color communities. You'll see on the map, generally the states in the South in the bright maroon, those states were protected under the Voting Rights Act. Well, in 2013, when the Supreme Court swept away the Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, those states lost those protections. So, as you're aware, voter suppression is at an all-time high. Next slide, please. So, a key takeaway here for H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, this bill remains in Congress in the Senate. There's a lot of delay. Senators don't want to approve this bill, and we know exactly why they're reluctant to approve this bill. It will, in fact, put those protections back in place for communities of color and minorities. What also this act will do, it will put that formula back in place so states are not allowed to just do what they want when it comes to the Voting Rights Act. So we're hopeful that someday this bill, H.R. 4, will eventually be passed in the House and the Senate. Next slide, please. So let's talk voter suppression tactics. There are so many voter suppression tactics. Just in 2021 alone, 19 states across the country enacted 34 laws restricting access to voting. There are too many to name. However, we have captured a few here on the slide. Georgia and Texas are two of the top states that have some of the strictest voter suppression tactics for minorities and communities of color, criminalizing churches for giving water to voters at the polls, also sanctioning the nonprofits that help citizens learn how to legally vote by mail in Georgia. Texas has some of the strictest voter ID laws across the country. Texas also does not allow voter registration online, and they severely limit those individuals who can vote by mail. So these are just a few of the many voter suppression tactics that were enacted in 2021. Next slide, please. So let's talk about redistricting and what that means. Next slide, please. So as you're aware, every 10 years, redistricting occurs once the census has been finalized. And so in 2020, the census occurred. 2021, we went through the redistricting process. So a couple of points for Virginia. Virginia's new map, it ended up being chosen by the Commonwealth Supreme Court. And that is because the redistricting commission, they could not agree on the new redistricting lines. And so the court ended up appointing special masters to draw the congressional map, and the court signed off on it in December of 2021. And while the map significantly changed the district boundaries, Virginia will still be housed as a battleground state. Next slide, please. And so there's 11 seats that remain in the House of Representatives as a result of the redistricting lines. So nothing really changed as far as the House seats are concerned. Also to know, the House of Delegates is made up of 100 districts. Virginia's Senate, state Senate, is made up of 40 districts. Next slide, please. And so I wanted to show the map here. And so what you will see here on the map is the demographics of what demographic really resides in those areas. So the number of white majority districts are in green, and then no group particularly has the majority in the yellow. So this is important to know just from a majority standpoint of what majority resides in those particular areas. Next slide, please. And so we want to talk about the obstacles at the polls that many voters face. Next slide, please. So a lot of times, formerly incarcerated citizens, they don't have the correct information on what their voting rights are. So we want to continue to educate formerly incarcerated citizens on their rights to vote. All states have different laws as it pertains to the voting rights for formerly incarcerated citizens. So we want to encourage you, if you have family or friends in this category, encourage them to check with their state. Not all formerly incarcerated citizens are not allowed to vote. Some of them are able to vote. Some of them may not be able to vote, but the laws are definitely different across the states. So please encourage them to check with the state, because in fact, some of them are able to vote. The next group is people experiencing homelessness. As you're aware, many of these individuals, they reside in shelters. So it's not that they're not able to vote. What happens is they don't have a fixed address. In fact, some homeless shelters do allow people that are residing in the shelters to use the shelter address as their mailing address. So if you also know individuals who may be in this category, please encourage them to check with the shelter to see if the shelters, in fact, will allow them to use the shelter address for their mailing address. And for those interested in participating in any types of making sure that individuals experiencing homelessness are registered and ready to vote, it's very simple. You can download a voter registration form and just drop some forms off at the shelter. I've done that, in fact, on many occasions with the self-addressed envelope, and they can just mail those voter registration forms in to make sure that they're registered and ready to vote. Another category is individuals who have been impacted by domestic violence and sexual violence. On many occasions, they are also in this category because they do not want their residence to be known based on their domestic violence, sexual violence category. So again, we recognize that they also places obstacles on this group of voters at the polls. If you also are aware of individuals who may fall into this category, I encourage you to reach out to them to see if there's anything that we can do to assist to make sure that they too can be registered and ready to vote. A lot of times, For our older adults, they may not have transportation, so it's simple for the older adults as well. Many communities offer transportation, and we can also rally around older adults to see if there's anything that we can do to make sure that they too can have their voices heard on election day. Next slide. Voter registration drives. Next slide, please. So voter registration drives for the state of Virginia, if organizations will be collecting 25 or more voter registration applications, it is a requirement that those organizations attend voter registration training. This training can be done either in person or online. There's an online training video that you can watch online. Once the training is completed, you can complete the affidavit. It will populate back to the Department of Elections. You'll eventually show up on the registered roster, and you'll be able to conduct those voter registration drives. We are happy to announce within our own TLOD chapter that teens and ladies did participate last year with this training. And so we have several ladies and several teens that have already participated in the voter registration training and in fact can participate in voter registration drives. Next slide, please. So here's a quote by First Lady Michelle Obama. She states, "Voting is the only way to ensure that our values and priorities are represented in the halls of power. The leaders we elect to these offices help determine just about every aspect of our lives and democracy." As we all know, voting is the only way to make sure our voices are heard at the polls. And when we all vote, we have an opportunity to make sure that we can partner alongside when we all vote to get out there to make sure our communities are registered and ready to vote in every election. Next slide. So we are also happy to announce that TLOD ladies also participated in an election. We also captured our voting moments. And so we want to show you this video. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, ladies, for always making sure that we're heading out to the polls every single election. So, what can we do again to get involved? October the 28th is National Vote Early Day. So, if you're not able to get to the polls on November the 8th, we encourage you to show up at the polls on National Vote Early Day, October the 28th. November the 1st through November the 7th is Get Out the Vote. During this week, we're going to make sure that we're getting our family members and our friends. We're going to make sure that we're getting out the vote. We're going to talk about it on social media. We're going to send text messages to families and friends during this week to make sure that we're getting out the vote, making sure everyone is ready for November the 8th. We encourage everyone to encourage others during this week to get out the vote for the November election. Also, as I stated, share the TLOD voter registration flyer with family and friends across the country. And The NAACP voter rights training will also occur. You can register for that October the 19th, October the 26th. That will be on the NAACP website itself. Those trainings are also going to be a training opportunity for NAACP members and anyone that's interested on all things voting rights. Next slide, please. Okay, so the last slide we want to show you is an NAACP slide. Vote, our lives depend on it.
This is Morgan Freeman. I know that many of you are wondering how soon you'll be able to hug your friends again, or visit your parents and grandparents without fear. I know that many of you are angered by the ongoing racism in our nation and worried about having a job to repay your student loans and afford the basic needs of life. It wasn't long ago that people were beaten and even killed to obtain the sacred power each of you have today, the power to vote. And right now, your vote is more critical than ever. This election is about you and me, your family and my family, our planet, and our democracy in its entirety. With our votes, we, the people, can begin to overwhelm the unjust political and economic systems that favor profits over people, and elect leaders who will take us forward. Brothers and sisters, go vote. Our lives, quite literally, depend on it.
So, TLOD ladies, TLOD teens, we will see you at the polls on November the 8th. We want to encourage you from now until November the 8th. Do all that you can to share this information with your family and friends. We want you to really reach out to our family and our friends in the southern states, states like Georgia, states like Texas, states like Florida. Please, please encourage your family and friends to head out to the polls on November the 8th. This election is so critical for our country, for minorities, and for our people. When we all vote, I said it again, when we all vote, we can change the world. Please, ladies, please, teens, spread the word, spread the message. We need everyone to show up at the polls on November the 8th. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you, Lady Capricia. That was an awesome and amazing presentation on when we all vote. And just to reiterate what she said, please get out and vote. To all the chapters that are represented, please engage your teens that are eligible to vote. It is very important that we get out here. Just to reiterate what she said, I'm looking through the comments and I see people are really excited and engaging and are excited about this information. So make sure that you get out and vote. Make sure that you're registered. If you've recently moved, make sure you check your registration status. And again, follow up with your eligible teens and get out in your community. Talk to your coworkers, talk to your church members. Let's all get engaged. So next up, all right, it's time to win no matter what. All right. So as I said earlier, we're going to have prizes. We're going to give away prizes throughout this event. So just to give you a minute, if I've seen in some of the comments, make sure in order to be eligible that you go in right now and enter the hashtag DCPWC Expo 22 in the chat box. I'm going to say it one more time. Enter hashtag DCPWC Expo 22 in the chat box for a chance to win a gift card. The first giveaway is going to be for a $25 gift card to Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Now, I know a lot of you like to get your health on. I know everybody's in the health season. So I know many of you would like to win this gift card to get some yummy smoothies and salads and wraps at Tropical Smoothie. So with that being said, let's go ahead and draw. I feel like I need the Wheel of Fortune. Da, da, da. Wait a minute now. The winner is F.E. Cox 2. F.E. Cox 2. It looks like logging in from, I believe, YouTube, Facebook. I can't really tell. So for the winner, this is how you claim your prize. Go and email, and I believe the emails are going to be provided in the chat box. TLOD DCPWC Expo at gmail.com. That's TLOD DCPWC Expo at gmail.com. So you can claim your prize to Tropical Smoothie Cafe. So exciting. So as we get ready to segue into our next session, we're gonna have a session on literacy. Prince William County Library resources. So did you know that Prince William County has 12 libraries throughout the county, a vast digital online catalog, and a rich history of educational programs and community outreach services? I remember having my son participate in some of the community services, the reading programs they had over the summer, where they would actually give out gifts and items for the kids when they would complete the reading programs. Also with some of the high school students or the middle school students, they have reading lists, and there's access to those reading lists where they can get them either digitally, or they can go into the library and find those lists to be able to complete those over the summer to prepare them for the next year. So with that being said, I would like to let you know to get ready for your next session, which will be presented by our literacy chairs. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So I wanted to provide a couple announcements and then we're going to have a break. So the first announcement is to reiterate, you probably saw in the slides, is that we have a food drive that's coming up on tomorrow. It will be at the Giant on Dale Boulevard in Woodbridge. We encourage you to come out. This is for acts. Come out and support. You'll see us in the parking lot all day. So come to the Giant at Dale Boulevard. And we'd be gladly to accept donation for acts. Also, I just wanted to let you know, when bringing this community expo together, our programs and projects worked hand in hand, very close, to come together to present all this information, and it is going to be absolutely amazing, just as you saw with the When We All Vote session. So sit back, grab a cup of tea, grab a cup of coffee, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. I'm so glad to see that you all back, and I see that you guys are engaging in the comments. It is a great Saturday morning, and we are stronger together. So now, Lady Net Jordan is here. She is our literacy chair for the Dale City Prince William County chapter of Top Ladies of Distinction Incorporated, and she will be presenting next about our literacy and elevator pitch.
Good morning, and welcome again to our Community Expo. I am the chairperson for the Literacy Committee with our Dale City, Prince William County Top Ladies of Distinction. And our literacy program is a program that is obviously important in allowing us to make a difference in our community in this area of focus. Um, our goal is to enhance, to partner, to donate, and provide and support literacy through educational institutions and our resources. We volunteer our efforts in the local community as we invest in the values that support literacy and sustaining that within our community. So we're very fortunate this morning to have one of our top teens to share an elevator pitch. Our top teens are so instrumental in our program. As a matter of fact, as you've heard, that we would not be able to exist as an organization without our top teens. Our top teens are awarded scholarships as well as a result of what we provide within this organization. And one of the most important things that we do is that we as top ladies, we mentor our teens. Our teens are so important because we know that these are the youth that will be obviously taken care of moving forward in the future as to what happens. Top teens previously and continue to help us in our literacy program by helping us with packaging our books as we collect them, also collecting books within our community to support the local schools. They have also created videos for us that we can share with our local schools and reading books. And we're just very thankful for all the things that our top teens do, not just with literacy, but with all of our program thrusts. This year, teen Eliza Pickens will be sharing with us an elevator pitch. This presentation will provide an important tool to promote the skills for obtaining internships as well as career opportunities for our youth. We know that our youth are important, and we know that their sharing or being comfortable in front of speaking before audience is going to be something that will be a long-term benefit for them. So as we get ready to listen to Teen Eliza, it does support our objectives, as I've mentioned before, where we're able to enhance all of our teens, and not just top teens of America, and helping them to successfully transition toward their life careers. So without any additional wait, let's take time now to listen to our teen Eliza Pickens and her elevator pitch. All right.
Welcome to our Community Expo. I am Tina Eliza Pickens. This segment shares information about an elevator speech. What is an elevator speech? It is a 30 to 60-second description of what you do and why someone should work with you and support you in your goals. Why should you have one? You only have 30 to 60 seconds to make a powerful first impression. The attention span of the average person is just 30 seconds before their mind starts wandering. The other reason is people have less time today. You need to grab them quickly or lose them forever. What does this consist of? First, you should tell who you are plus a credential. This is basically your name and something that differs you from your peers. Second, you should state your specific goal and your career interests. Depending on where you're using your elevator pitch and what your desired outcome of the interaction is, this piece will vary. Next, you should demonstrate your interest. Demonstrate your interest and experience in the field with examples of things you have already completed. Next, you should tell them why you are qualified. Demonstrate your qualifications by sharing leadership and work experience, achievements, expertise, skills, and strengths. Finally, you should leave the person with a question or request for assistance. Consider giving the person 2 options for ways they may be of assistance. For example, if your company offers internships, I would appreciate the name of the person in charge of that program. Or perhaps I could meet with you in person to find out more about your company and opportunities available. Now, here's an example of an elevator speech. My name is Eliza Pickens, and I am presently a junior at Manor High School in Portsmouth, Virginia. I am pleased to hear that Florida A&M will be represented at the HBCU Festival. I am excited and looking forward to attending this event. Your university is the top university on my list because of you offering an undergraduate and graduate degree in my field of interest. And of course, the high expectations in teaching excellence that is well known worldwide. I am interested in childhood development. Even in elementary school, I have always enjoyed working with young children and helping my mom with her child seeing business. I am aware that Florida A&M is one of the top schools for the study of early childhood. Also, I've been looking into different programs that can lead me into that field of study. I've had an opportunity to join different childhood education programs during my middle and high school years. During my sophomore and now junior year, I have been able to support my dreams by doing lots of research on the development of children. I've had the honor to take part in the early childhood development class at my high school. I also have experience with young children, having been an intern during the summers of my freshman and sophomore year at a church in my community. I am aware of your outstanding elementary education program and know you are a top university for early childhood education. I know I can add to the success of your program and, most importantly, prepare for a future I've always known where I belong in my career. I look forward to talking more about your program and how my experience in my high school years can prepare me for my future.
All right. And thank you, Teen Eliza. All right. And now we will transition to our next thing that is on our program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That was amazing. Thank you for that information. Now we will have our next video.
Wasn't that powerful? Simply amazing. So, the global pandemic has been a time of unprecedented challenge and a time that servant leadership is more relevant than ever before. If you know me, I'm always talking about service as a watchword, and it is for top ladies of distinction. And I want you to think about this for a moment. Service before self is paramount, it's priceless. The pandemic affected us all, individually, organizationally, and I'm going to talk about top ladies of distinction momentarily, and societally. We had to find new ways of working, and normal business concerns overlaid with many added challenges that each of us experienced. I often ask people, well, you know, everyone, this is a time when community and families were brought together because it's something that affected all of us. Keeping staff safe, I'm an HR professional, handling sickness, layoffs, furloughs, loss of income, and wider societal impacts, including adverse effects on our economy. This called for more comprehensive communal leadership, or a more communal leadership approach, and that leadership, like never before, being focused on serving others. So, what does this mean for top ladies of distinction? Over the past 2 years, this chapter rose to the occasion and never lost a beat. They joined together to figure out what was next as we pivoted to different platforms. Like we're on StreamYard today, but Zoom became, I'm going to call it a necessary evil for us, where we join together, and that is where we had our meetings and where we engage regularly. So we are stronger together, and each one is responsible for connecting and reaching the next. So, with our top teams, our advisor and co advisor were responsible for making sure that our top teams remained connected. And so, listen, if you were connecting before the pandemic, it was something to learn to connect and be stronger together as a result of the pandemic. Community partnership from heart to heart, breast to breast. This team was responsible for connecting us even more and establishing a greater footprint in our community. Senior citizens, we weren't able to go into the Palazzo building as we had done previously and do some things, but in person, but we still continued to be stronger together and make a greater impact where we could with our senior citizens. Status of women, we still continued to collect items for women's shelters and similarly situated organizations to make sure that we could be a blessing and make a difference for others. Community beautification. This program is responsible for keeping America beautiful, so partnering where we could to continue to do our part as servant leaders. In our area, those are our programs in our areas of our projects: NCNW, sickle cell, NAACP, UNCF, and literacy. Nothing has changed but the platform. And as we are migrating to get back out into our community, we're so excited about the Community Expo today and that we're able to have this footprint in our community. We're grateful to our leadership that allows us to make this impact, that we can influence and impact our community by showcasing what we do as a chapter in the area of our programs and the areas of our projects. You just heard from our literacy committee, and I think our top team did an exceptional job telling us about the importance of having an elevator pitch. So thank you, Lady Net. UNCF, we all heard a mind is a terrible thing to waste. We grew up listening to that commercial. So we're grateful that we're able to impact our students, to tell them why they should go to HBCUs and why they should seek education. Our NAACP, Lady Capricia, highlighted the importance of voting and our NAACP and our mission for that. Sickle cell, we're going to hear about that momentarily, and fighting that disease that impacts primarily the African American community. And then our NCNW, our National Coalition of Negro Women. So that organization, these are all national initiatives for top ladies of distinction. And so they all weave together with our organization. You heard our mission earlier. And so that is the purpose of our expo today and what we want to bring to you. Again, service before self is paramount. Thank you.
Sing it. Here. Come on, open your mouth if you know it all over the. Oh, praises be to the King. I've got His word. Come on, break the music. Oh, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Everybody say. Come on, y'all sopranos, help me. Hey, say. To the King. Hey, yeah, He is one. Do it again. Everybody say, oh, sing it. Lift your voices and say, hey, yeah. Right here. He is said. Whoa. He is wonderful.
Wow, that video has given me chills, y'all. Oh my goodness, it has given me chills. And I don't know who that artist is. And can somebody please post who the artist is in the chat so I can know who that is? Because, oh my gosh, I have chills just from that short clip. Okay, thank you, Lady Robin, for giving background and more information on our projects and our programs for top ladies of distinction. It is very, I really liked how she talked about how we're still working on the same mission, just in a different environment due to how the pandemic has affected how we communicate and how we do things. And although the world is opening back up and everybody's going outside, we still do have to be careful on our communications and interactions and what we do to be around each other. However, we still are able to impact our communities. And as you can see with the expo, we have the drive coming up, the food drive coming up. As a reminder, again, tomorrow at the Giant off of Dale Boulevard, and through our program, through our community service that we'll be doing throughout the remainder of the year. With that being said, guess what time it is? It's time to win, no matter what. All right. So we have another giveaway, and this giveaway is from Hot Chicken Kitchen. I had a hard time saying that. Hot Chicken Kitchen, a $25 gift card to Hot Chicken Kitchen. Now, as you see on the screen, go into the comments on your respective platform and enter hashtag DCPWC Expo 22. Again, I'm gonna give you a minute, give y'all a minute to go in and enter it. Hashtag DCPWC Expo 22. So you have to enter that in the comments before we hit the draw button so you can be entered into the drawing. So I'm gonna give you a minute, couple seconds. I see some are popping up. I'm looking at some of the comments. A lot of great job, Teen Eliza. Eliza, you did absolutely amazing in the last presentation. Great job. Okay, I see some more popping up. Hashtag DCPWC Expo 22. All right. I see it scrolling. Everybody's trying to get in for Hot Chicken Kitchen. Are you ready? All right, let's hit the draw button. Da 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 da. And we have a winner, everybody. Our winner is Lady Phoebe Furlow. Yay! Awesome, Lady Phoebe. You have won $25 to go to Hot Chicken Kitchen. Now, to go claim your prize, please send an email to TLOD DCPWC Expo@gmail.com. I'll say it one more time. TLOD DCPWC Expo@gmail.com to claim your prize. Thank you guys and see you soon. That is all right. The music has been absolutely amazing. I'm telling you, I was already in awesome spirits to be here with you all today, but the music is just taking me to a higher level. One of the things I saw in the comments are some questions. What are you guys taking, what are your takeaways from today's session so far? What have you gotten out of it that you can apply? What is it that you want to share? Drop it in the comments. Facebook, YouTube, let me hear about it. I want to hear what you guys have to say about how you feeling today. And you know what? Shout it out. Shout me out where you're from. If you're ladies from another chapter, another state, region, area, drop it in the comments on Facebook and YouTube. Let us know where you're viewing from. We love to get to understand how far this reach has become. And also, don't forget to share. So make sure you're sharing your videos or sharing the links out so that others can benefit and get the information that we're sharing today. So next up, we're going to have a presentation on sickle cell. And you heard Lady Robin talk about sickle cell earlier. Our sickle cell chair for our chapter is Lady Tonda, and she will be up next to talk to you about sickle cell awareness. Thank you.
Good morning, top ladies, guests, and everyone. My name is Lady Tonda Wilkerson, and I am the chair for the Sickle Cell Disease Project. It's a beautiful day, and again, I would like to thank you so much for joining our Community Expo. Before I introduce our speaker, I would like to inform you that the Dale City Prince William County chapter of Top Ladies of Distinction, we will be soon launching a blood donation campaign, Sleeves Up. That is the name of the campaign, in an effort to continue our support for the sickle cell disease community. Our Sickle Cell Disease Project Committee is committed to reaching out to the general public to raise awareness about the rare disease and provide education on research and legislation that benefit sickle cell patients. Our blood drive donation is one way to enlist the public to provide relief for patients who suffer from sickle cell crisis. So please help us reach our goal of at least 100 donations by joining our campaign. We're going to have a pledge that's going to start today, October the 15th, that will run through December the 17th of 2022. So once you donate, we would also like for you to provide us with a photo of yourself and send it to hashtag sickle cell DCPWCTLOD. I will place this information in our chat as well so that you can be able to hopefully take a screenshot of it and be able to participate in this wonderful event. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our speaker today. Her name is Barbara Harris. She is a certified genetic counselor and the vice president of the Sickle Cell Association of National Capital Area. Good morning, Barbara.
Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. So y'all missed my fabulous introduction. So I'll start again. So I'm very happy to be here joining with the top ladies, the top teens, and everyone else out there in this community who's participating in this wonderful event. And I'm here to talk about a topic that's just very near and dear to me, which is sickle cell disease. I am a genetic counselor. Would love to come back and talk about that and talk about all the different aspects of genetic counseling and genetic testing, if that is ever of interest. And for my teens out there, I want you to consider a career in genetic counseling. It really is a great field to go into in the healthcare field. But I digress. I am part of the Sickle Cell Disease Association of the National Capital Area. We've been in existence since about 1994. And we really look to serve individuals in the DC metropolitan area who have sickle cell disease. Next slide. Yes. So, so today my plan is for us to talk a little bit about what sickle cell disease is, why we are even sitting here, spending time talking about it, sickle cell trait as well, and then talk a bit about some of the negative perceptions and bias care that people with sickle cell disease, who we affectionately call warriors, what they experience. And we call them warriors because they truly are living a struggle every day to get through their day, given their chronic condition that they have, but they do so often with much grace, with really succeeding despite what is going on with them in their bodies, and despite the negative stereotypes and stigma that's often they fall victim to. And then my plan was for us to hear from a teen warrior. I had planned to have a teenager here who has sickle cell disease to talk about her experience, but it's actually interesting and not and unfortunate that she is not able to join us today. And she's not able to join us because she went out yesterday to our high school football game where it was very cold, and she woke up this morning not feeling well. And this is actually something that is unfortunately not atypical for individuals who have sickle cell disease, and will get us when we talk about some of the effects that this has on just the life of individuals with sickle cell. I think this actually was a great example that she planned to be here today, but unfortunately is not going to be able to. So let's go to the next slide. So I wanted to first, of course, start with a description of what sickle cell disease is. So our the main job of what's called our red blood cells is to carry oxygen, and they carry oxygen. But they also carry many other things: water, nutrients, other things that our bodies need in order to function. And so obviously those red blood cells are traveling through our blood vessels. So this picture up in the right hand corner is our circulatory system, if you can pull that back from your high school days, from some of those ladies out there, or from those in teenagers. This should look somewhat familiar to you. But anyway, so those red blood cells travel through those blood vessels to carry, again, oxygen, water, nutrients to all the different parts of our bodies, our organs, our tissues. And specifically, when we think about oxygen, the vehicle for carrying oxygen is something called hemoglobin. And so you can see, again, in that right-hand diagram where it says normal hemoglobin. So these are just protein that's inside of those red blood cells. And so it carries oxygen, does its job, and works fine. But just like with our other traits, so if you think about eye color or hair texture, there's different variations that leads to the beauty that we see kind of in the human species. We're not all the same. And in that same way, there are different types or variations of hemoglobin. And so hemoglobin A, what we term hemoglobin A, is the most common type. That's the type that you would see pictured there in that normal hemoglobin cell. But you'll see in the sickle cell that hemoglobin inside is looking a little different, and that's hemoglobin S. Now, hemoglobin S also takes oxygen as we expect it to. It is trying to do its job. But when it drops its oxygen off, so when it gets to those muscles and tissues and it's dropping that oxygen off, it actually starts to act a little differently inside of the cell. And so those pieces of hemoglobin start to stick together. And when they stick together, they literally stack on top of each other and create these rods. And so you see in that sickle cell these lines, those pink lines, and that's basically showing these rods or sticks of hemoglobin that end up misshaping that red blood cell. So the cell goes from the picture on the right, and people with sickle cell disease do indeed have cells that look like the one on the right. When that hemoglobin has oxygen, it's fine. It's only when it loses its oxygen does it start to stick to each other inside the cell, and then cause the cell to take this classic crescent shape, C shape, or sickle shape of, obviously, is where the name came from. So the cell takes this shape, and then what happens is what we see in the bottom, where especially in the very small blood vessels that are down near our tissues, if you look at the picture on the right, how our circulatory system, those blood vessels are kind of like branches of a tree. So the trunk in the middle is really big, but then as you get out toward the extremities, those blood vessels get smaller and smaller and smaller. And in some of those blood vessels, they're so small that these blood cells really have to squeeze through one at a time. If you have a sickle cell, it can't squeeze. It's just not as soft and malleable as a regular red blood cell. And so what happens is it starts to clog and get stuck. And so you can see in that picture in the bottom that those cells are blocked, those sickle cells are blocking blood flow. And if you're blocking blood flow, now blood and nutrients and water, everything that needs to get to that tissue cannot get there. And the way that that tissue, whether it's a bone, an organ, again, muscle, the way that that tissue is going to let the brain know that it's not getting what it needs is pain. That's the message that it's going to send back. And so individuals with sickle cell disease have a level of pain that they generally live with on a daily basis. And it's despite that pain that they still go on about their daily activities. They go to school, they go to work, they manage their families, they manage working for organizations, even though most people with sickle cell disease have a level of pain all the time. Now, there is time when that pain escalates. And so we call that a pain episode or a pain crisis. And at that time, that generally becomes an issue where that person can't deal with it on that day-to-day basis. And so they may have to stay at home. This may be similar to what this teenager who was supposed to be here today is experiencing today, where it does just stop you. And the thing about pain episodes is that they are unpredictable. We know that there are some things that can bring it on, like cold weather, being dehydrated. But, other than that, they can happen at any time, at any place. And so people with sickle cell disease have to live with that uncertainty. And that can be very taxing, just when you're trying to plan events. We'll talk a little bit later about the effects that this can have on individuals just in their daily lives. But this unpredictability of these pain episodes is a big part of it. All right, we'll take the next slide. So I mentioned the pain episodes as one of the complications of sickle cell disease, but there are also other things going on besides just this pain. So these blood clots can really happen anywhere in the body, and we know that if there's a blood clot or lack of blood getting to the brain, that's going to result in stroke. So individuals with sickle cell disease have a much higher risk to have strokes. And what's particularly significant is that this risk can be present in children. So children with sickle cell disease have an extremely high-fold chance of experiencing a stroke. And as a result of that stroke, although they may recover quicker than an older person that has a stroke, they still will reap some of those effects. And so this can, over time, if a child has multiple strokes, then it's going to affect their learning, their ability kind of to generally function. So there are efforts to decrease this risk, or at least to identify children who are at a higher risk for stroke. That's through something called transcranial Doppler, where we actually do an ultrasound and look at the blood flow through the vessels that are leading to the brain in children. And so that's now a recommendation that all children with sickle cell disease should have that transcranial Doppler on a regular basis. Increased infections is also another complication of sickle cell disease. One organ in the body that suffers pretty significantly in people with sickle cell is the spleen. The main job of the spleen is to fight infection, and it's also there to remove red blood cells from the system that are no longer functional. Now, we talked about before how those red blood cells in a person with sickle cell are affected and they become misshapen. And that shape, that misshapen shape, is not a normal process for that cell. So it ends up that in individuals that have sickle cell disease, that their blood cells do not last as long as most others. So whereas in a person without sickle cell disease, the life of a red blood cell might be around 3 months, around 90 days. In an individual with sickle cell disease, their red blood cells may only last about 30 days, closer to a month. And so those red blood cells are constantly being removed from the system through the spleen. So that spleen gets kind of overworked pretty early, as well as sickle cells even being in the spleen and damaging even the tissue of the spleen. So that most individuals with sickle cell disease, by about age 2 or 3, their spleen is no longer functional. Now, you can live without a spleen, clearly, but if you don't have one, then it's going to make it harder for you to fight infection. And so it used to be that, at least in the United States, it used to be that infection, particularly pneumonia, was a leading cause of death for children with sickle cell. And many children with sickle cell would end up succumbing to the disease by age 5 or 6. And it was primarily because of this risk for severe infection. However, what's been amazing, and one of the developments in sickle cell, was our realization that giving antibiotics from birth to age 5 prophylactically, so giving it before there's a presence of an infection, was actually very helpful in decreasing the risk of infection, and is really what led to the longer and longer life expectancy for individuals with sickle cell. So now all babies in the United States are tested for sickle cell disease, and if they're diagnosed, one of the first things that started is to give them a type of penicillin that they take for the first 5 years of life. Now, I will pause to say that this is still a major issue on the African continent, where the health system is not as accessible as ours is here. And so on the continent, babies with sickle cell disease still are dying at an alarming rate because of the rate of infection and the complications that brings. Now, some other complications that go along with sickle cell include leg ulcers. So these are sores that can occur usually around the ankle that are very hard to heal. So they're these open sores. Individuals can have these. They're very painful, and they can last for months and don't respond very well to treatment and are just extremely slow to heal. There can be bone damage. The bone marrow is what makes our red blood cells. That's kind of the manufacturer of those red blood cells. So it gets worked a lot in individuals with sickle cell. And so over time, that can just kind of wear that tissue out. And again, you can have sickling even in the blood flow that's trying to feed the bone marrow. Sometimes individuals with sickle cell will have yellowish eyes or yellowish tinge to their eyes. That's something called jaundice. And this is caused because when the red blood cells do die, they release kind of that reddish color into the bloodstream, and it can start to color. The eye specifically is where you can see it because they were white to begin with. So it gives them this yellowish tinge. And sometimes that's a sign that a person with sickle cell disease is in crisis or is really having a hard time. Gallstones is something that we can see common in people with sickle cell. There can be delayed growth. All this that the body is going through is expending a lot of energy just trying to keep things above water. So you're going to get less energy and less efforts toward growth. And so individuals with sickle cell disease sometimes can be shorter than other individuals, not extremely significantly, but we can see that particularly as children are getting close to puberty. So they just may be concerned that they're not as tall as their peers, not as big as their peers. Usually eventually they do catch up, but that can be a concern for children. Then we have things like lung blockage, kidney damage. All these very vital organs all are affected by sickle cell disease, by these sickle cells getting clogged. And so you can get damage in those. And in fact, one of severe complications in sickle cell is called acute chest syndrome. And that's when there's a problem with that blood flow to the lungs. In men specifically, they can experience these very painful erections. This is something called priapism. And this has nothing to do with arousal. It's something that can randomly occur. Again, can be very painful, can last literally for days, and actually requires acute treatment and can lead to some issues with fertility in males, which is certainly a concern. And then I talked about the spleen, eye damage. There are very, very small blood vessels in the eyes, and you can get sickling in those vessels, which can then affect vision. So individuals with sickle cell can have problems with that. And then just in general, they can be anemic. And so for a long time, sickle cell was known as sickle cell anemia. And that's a term you may still hear. All anemia itself means is not having enough red blood cells. And so obviously in people with sickle cell, that's coming because their red blood cells are damaged or are not living as long. But you can have anemia because you have iron deficiency and other reasons. But sickle cell anemia obviously is from this very specific cause. I'm sorry, next slide. I'm trying to do it myself. All right. So knowing all those are the complications, where are we in terms of treatment? I get, when I'm out in the community, people say, yeah, I thought sickle cell was cured. I thought we didn't have to worry about that anymore. But indeed, sickle cell is still here. And yes, there are some treatments. And there's even some leaning toward cures, but they are not universally available. But let's go through a few of them. So blood transfusions is something that was found back in the 80s to be helpful for individuals with sickle cell. Essentially, you remove some of their own blood that contains those sickle cells and transfuse them with blood that does not sickle. And so often people with sickle cell that day after their transfusion, like they are running and they are moving around because they have that kind of fresh blood that doesn't sickle in their system. Things are really well, but those effects are time limited because eventually those cells are going to die and there's going to be replaced again with their own cells that are not working as well. But there are individuals with sickle cell who are on a regular transfusion regimen where they come in every 4 weeks, every 6 weeks to get a transfusion for the management of their condition. And then blood transfusions are also used in those acute situations. So when that person is experiencing a crisis, gets to the hospital and is hospitalized, often a transfusion is part of their care at that point. There are some medications that have been identified to help with sickle cell. One of the things I don't focus as much on in this talk, but I do want to point out is the fact that sickle cell disease on many different fronts has been a clear example of racial health disparities in our society. And pharmaceutical agents or the development of drugs that to help with sickle cell is a clear example of that. We have known the molecular genetic basis for sickle cell disease since 1950. We knew about the disease back in 1910 was when it was first described kind of in our Western literature. Although in Africa, they had been describing it for eons, right? Because it's very common there. But in any case, we've known about this genetic cause for a long time, yet it's really only been in the last 3 years that we have seen a kind of exponential increase in the number of drugs. And for the fact that I'm calling it exponential and I only have 4 that's listed here should be a message to you, right? Because there hasn't been much activity at all. So back in the 90s, we identified hydroxyurea, which is really a drug that was used as a type of chemotherapy, but it was discovered that individuals who were taking that had a high level of a different type of hemoglobin called hemoglobin F, fetal hemoglobin, which we naturally make when we're in the womb, but we stop making it when we're born, and we start making our hemoglobin A or hemoglobin S or whatever it is we're going to make for the rest of our lives. But that hemoglobin F, that fetal hemoglobin, is actually a fine hemoglobin. It works great. And so people who take this medicine, their level of hemoglobin F increases and it starts to mitigate or alleviate the presence of the disease because that hemoglobin F doesn't sickle. And so that was great. And so people have taken that for years. The people that it works in, it's beautiful. But it just, not everybody tolerates it very well. So not everybody really could take it. Now, these last three drugs have only been available since about 2017 or 2018, when there was really a renewed effort to try to address these health disparities and really address the needs of individuals with sickle cell. And so, we kind of tripled the number of drugs that we had, but it was just a shame because we only had one in the first place. And that was, found kind of by mistake. So, this is something that we are bringing attention to, that there really hasn't been the research dollars and attention given to sickle cell that it should be. And this issue around drug development has been key. And just for sake of comparison, there is another genetic disease that affects predominantly Northern European individuals called cystic fibrosis. And even though the molecular basis of that disease was found well after sickle cell, they have about 15 drugs for that disease that are available for treatment. And we're looking at our 4, and we've known about it for so much longer. Now, for pain control, because clearly this is a big part of life of individuals with sickle cell, they'll use the Tylenol, they'll try to use those things, but often they will end up having to use some type of narcotic or opioid just to be able to control the pain, to get it to a space that is level. So, this is something that is hard. People with sickle cell don't want to be on these drugs. It's just merely something they need to treat their pain. And that's a critical issue that we'll get back to shortly. Then we have bone marrow transplant and stem cell transplant. So this is curative. So this is, you're actually replacing the bone marrow with a person's bone marrow who does not make those sickled red blood cells. Stem cell is very similar. That's just the type of cell that's in our blood cell, that in our bone marrow, that actually makes other red blood cells. And so this is great if you have someone who's a match that you can receive bone marrow from, and you're willing to go through the process that you have to go through to get a transplant, which is pretty significant and can be almost too taxing even for a person with sickle cell disease to undergo. But if you can make it through that and it's successful, it definitely has, turned people's lives around 180, where they literally are cured of their disease. It's just that it's not available to everyone. Not everyone has a match, a healthy match, a match that does not have sickle cell trait. So even if your sibling is a match, but they have sickle cell trait, they are not going to be able to donate their bone marrow to you. And so it really starts to whittle down the number of individuals who can actually take advantage of something like a bone marrow transplant. But we are on the cusp of something much better, which is gene therapy. So gene therapy is a great effort and new effort on the horizon that will actually provide a treatment and really a cure for sickle cell disease. And as opposed to bone marrow, where you have to get blood from someone or get that bone marrow from someone else, gene therapy, you use your own cells. And it's basically the concept of taking your cells, quote unquote, fixing or at least making a genetic change in your own genetic information that then will alleviate or keep you from having the symptoms of sickle cell disease. Now, you can go on to still have, pass on your own genes and have a child with sickle cell, but for yourself, it can alleviate those symptoms. Next slide, please. So, here, I wanted to take some time to talk a bit about sickle cell trait. So people who have sickle cell disease have received 2 disease genes that cause them to have that condition. So let me break that down a little bit. So for all of our genetic information, we get half of our information from our mom and half from our dad. And so the genetic information that we have, then we're really a combination equally of both parents. So if you have, if you've received a sickle cell gene from one parent, then we say you have sickle cell trait, because the gene you got from your other parent for hemoglobin worked fine. It was probably that hemoglobin A, but you got that hemoglobin S from the one parent. So you have what we term hemoglobin AS. That's what you see kind of in that purple square on the right. People that have sickle cell trait are generally healthy. They generally don't have any symptoms. Very rarely they can experience some issues if their bodies are stressed and either severely dehydrated or really not getting enough oxygen. And so actually the NCAA requires that all college athletes get tested for sickle cell trait. That's because they were sued by a family of an individual who had sickle cell trait who was playing football. But during the summer kind of initial conditioning to get back into the football season, this gentleman was very dehydrated. The coaches push you, you got to keep going, you don't need a drink of water, just keep going. And this gentleman eventually just passed out and experienced a complication called rhabdomyolysis. But basically his muscles started to break down, and we think it's related to the fact of sickle cell trait. However, please keep in mind that if 1 in 10 individuals who are African American have sickle cell trait, there are a lot of individuals who compete on that elite level. NFL, NBA, Olympic sports, in the motherland, in Africa, you got runners, all kinds of people who we know have sickle cell trait who do not experience that. So I do want to be very clear, this is a rare complication, but it is something that can go along with sickle cell trait. And I guess have here 1 in 10 African Americans have sickle cell trait. Next slide. So how does sickle cell disease then occur? I've kind of alluded to it. You get your genetic information from your parents. So if both of your parents have trait, which is what's being designated here, with the blue on one side being that sickle cell gene, the green on the other side being that usual gene. We have 2 copies of all of our genes again. So this mother received that regular gene, usual gene from her one parent, the sickle cell gene from the other parent. The father in this case is the same. He has a copy of each one. When you have children, you pass down half of your genes, and you can't control what you pass on. So just from a statistical standpoint, you can just look at this and see that in the first scenario where that child had sickle cell disease, both parents passed on that sickle cell gene. So all the information that child has is to make that hemoglobin S and make those sickle cells. In the middle, you have one parent passes on their blue side, their sickle cell gene. The other parent passes on their green side, or that usual gene. And that can come from mom or dad. So you can get that the 2 different ways. So in this case, there's a chance that child could be a carrier. And then the last possibility is that both parents could give that gene that is not associated with sickle cell, and that child end up not having sickle cell trait or having sickle cell disease. But the main point of this slide is that in order for the child to have sickle cell, both parents have to have sickle cell trait. And you go to the next slide. So next slide. Oh, okay. Sickle cell itself is quite variable. So all of the individuals here are all publicly known that they have sickle cell disease. You may recognize a few of the faces. So the person in the bottom left in the oval is Keir Spates, otherwise known as Junior, from the Steve Harvey Morning Show. So he has sickle cell and is very open about it. And they, talk about it on the show at times and joke him, and all in jest and love, of course. The person on the middle right is T-Boz of the infamous group TLC. If you're from my generation, you know about TLC. And so both of those individuals clearly have achieved a lot. Another person I didn't put on here is our near and dear president from Howard University, Dr. Wayne AI Frederick. He has sickle cell disease. And then some of the other people I put on here, the top left is a strong advocate named Tiona Wolford. So she's on LinkedIn, a great person to follow if you have interest about sickle cell. On the top right is a young gentleman there. He has sickle cell disease, but is a elite kind of prodigy violinist. And then the bottom right, I put this individual there because she is Latina. And one thing that we think about, especially in the United States, we think that sickle cell is a Black disease. And I want to definitely debunk that myth. So sickle cell is caused by a gene. And so wherever that gene goes, that's who it's going to be seen in. It's not linked to Black skin. It's not linked to being African. It's linked to whoever's having those children. So it ends up that worldwide, sickle cell disease is seen in a wide variety of ethnicities. People with sickle cell trait are actually protected against malaria. So in areas of the world where malaria is present, sickle cell disease is also present because people with sickle cell trait are protected against getting the disease, getting malaria, and actually dying from malaria. And so I put this up here just to show that even though people with sickle cell have a lot of challenges, they are able to really achieve a lot. You can go to the next slide. So even though the disease is variable, being, very severe in some and not as severe, not as severe, but better managed in others, the experience that they have often is universal, which include an adequate treatment. So unfortunately, and the way the medical system is set up and the way that medical school is set up, when individuals go, they go to medical school, then they decide what they want to pursue after that and do a residency. And so hematology oncology is often paired together as a residency. And it ends up that oncology is much more financially rewarding than hematology. And so often doctors who decide to go into hematology oncology kind of take that cancer route as opposed to looking at hematology. And so that results in the fact that particularly adult providers are very few. And so there's very few individuals out there who really know how to take care of people with sickle cell disease well. The government funding is not there for sickle cell, even though it affects over 100,000 people in the United States. And a good majority of people with sickle cell disease are on public insurance, which really limits the access to appropriate care. In addition to that, when individuals with sickle cell go to the emergency room in particular for care, they are often judged to be drug seekers because they know the type of opioid and medication that they need. They may say, I need X milligrams of morphine to handle my disease. And unfortunately, doctors are trained that when people say that, they're probably drug seeking. But that's not the case with individuals with sickle cell. They just know themselves and they know their disease and they know what they need to get over that hump of that crisis. And so unfortunately, they get targeted and be called drug seekers. They're left to sit in the ER for hours in severe pain, even though oftentimes they will sit there and dress well just to go to the ER because they know that they're going to be biased against. And it's just a shame what individuals with sickle cell disease really have to go through. Like, you imagine breaking an arm or breaking a femur and then having to get dressed up nicely just to go to the ER to expect to get treated well. And that if you don't, you think that someone's just not going to pay attention to the pain that you're in. So it's just these are some of the issues that people with sickle cell disease face on a daily basis. And this discrimination bleeds not just into the medical system, but also in our other systems, the educational system, the workplace. All those places are areas where people with sickle cell disease really are experience some negative things from society in general. Next slide. So how can you help? I just want to give kudos, hands up, all of that to the top ladies of distinction. This Sleeves Up campaign, blood donation campaign, is right on target. As I said before, people with sickle cell really depend on that for their treatment. That's key. Another piece is that being on a bone marrow registry, because again, that is the way that some individuals are able to cure their disease. So there's an effort called Be the Match that I would definitely encourage organizations to connect with, and also have them there as well as you're doing your blood drives. Advocating for people with sickle cell, learning more about the disease like you are here, all of these things are critical. We need to let people know that our brothers and sisters out there with sickle cell are struggling. They need help. They need our support. They are striving and thriving regardless of what they're going through, but we got to be there to support them. And so I'm just so excited to be here. Thank you again for your time. I'm happy to take any questions. I think that should be it for the slides. You can take them down. And just thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, Barbara. You gave an amazing presentation. An amazing presentation. There have been so many comments about how great the information is that you presented. There was a question that was asked. I'm not sure if you answered it, but the question is gene therapy permanent?
Yeah, that's a great question. And unfortunately, we don't actually know the answer because it's all so very new. Ideally, yes. Ideally, our goal is that it would be permanent. The thing is that you have to change enough of those cells that when you put them back into the person, that they will live and last long enough. And so our goal is that they'll live and last long enough to last that person for their lifetime. But that's why, gene therapy is in clinical trials. We don't know all of those answers. And that's the risk that people with sickle cell disease are really willing to take for the kind of future generations of people with sickle cell. They're willing to be in these kind of trials, not really knowing what the true outcome might be, but in hopes that it will lead to a cure.
Okay. We also have a comment that is
about this one right here. Yeah. There was a really, not to go into much more detail here, but there was a really great paper in the medical literature that came out in 2020 that compared federal and private funding for sickle cell disease versus cystic fibrosis, this other condition that's compared a lot to sickle cell in the sense they're both chronic, and no less love to individuals with cystic fibrosis, of which there's Black individuals with cystic fibrosis. So they definitely need their treatments too. But it's just when you compared, literally, there was 4 times more money spent per individual with cystic fibrosis than with sickle cell over the past 10 years that this study was done. I mean, it was really, really striking. And it just, directly related to the level of research and drug development and so forth in those diseases. So, these issues have been brought to light. Of course, a lot of things happened in 2020. It's extremely unfortunate, that the murder of George Floyd had to happen to bring these things to light. But it has led to an increased awareness and at least what seems like some more definitive action to equal that, to address those disparities anyway.
Thank you so much. Thank you for responding to those. And again, that was a great presentation and great information.
Sure.
The Sickle Cell Disease Project, hope that you all have enjoyed the presentation and that you've gained a better understanding of what individuals living with sickle cell disease are going through. So again, one way that you can help, all right, is by rolling those sleeves up, okay, and donating at the blood drive. If you look on Facebook and YouTube, they've dropped the link for our campaign for you to get your sleeves up. Thank you again, Sickle Cell Disease Committee, Barbara Harrison and Lady Tonda. We really appreciate it. Next, one of the things I wanted to touch on, I asked people to drop in the comments, where are you from? And I saw that someone is on from Bay Area, California. All right, so welcome in the room. So our reach has gone from east to west coast. That is all right. I'm so excited about that. So if anybody else want to drop where you from, let us know where you from, where you listening in. All right. Next up, we're gonna have Lady Margot Savoy. She's going to talk about the college essay, the college essay writing, which is extremely important. And this is the time now that the teens are applying to college, I believe for early admissions. I'm not sure of the timelines, but we also want to make sure that they're ready. So even not just for the juniors and seniors, but even our freshmen and sophomore, even younger ones, we need to get those essays going and get the narrative going so that we can refine them so they'll have them ready, right? Have a base essay ready when it's time to submit those applications. We're excited to have Lady Savoy. She's from our Southern Maryland chapter, which is in our area here, and she's sharing information on how to successfully create the college essay. This presentation supports our TLOD literacy objective of providing skills and education to our teens. No further ado, I would like to introduce Lady Savoy.
Repeat that. Say, Lord, I love you. Come on, only if you really mean it. Come on, open your mouth and say, Lord, I love you. Oh, Lord, I love you. Lord, I love you. Say, Lord, I love you.
You are muted. I need you to come off mute, please. You're muted, Miss. Lady Savoy, your mic is muted. I need you to come off mute, please.
Okay, let's try that again so that you can hear me this time. Good morning and welcome to a who, what, how, and why presentation on composing essays. I am Lady Margot, and I am serving under the awesome leadership of the Southern Maryland president, Lady Melba Ford. Next slide, please. We will be discussing the 4 basic types of essays, how they should appear, and the difference between the 4 of them. And after each what, I will give you a brief basic outline on how to set up your essay. Next slide, please. The 4 basic formats are narrative, description, expository, and then you have the persuasive, the argumentative, the Rogerian. They're all together under the umbrella of trying to persuade someone through an argumentative format. Next slide, please. A narrative essay is like telling a story. The essays are often anecdotal or experimental and personal. This is when you can put yourself into an essay. You get to be creative and tell all of your life's real life adventures. Next slide, please. Remember when you were in middle school and your middle school teacher kept drilling into your head that outline, that plot diagram where you had to go in order? That's all a narrative essay is. You have your beginning, your middle, your ending, and then in between the middle and the ending, you have to have some excitement. Next slide, please. Your descriptive essay paints a picture. With a descriptive essay, your readers should be able to hear the sounds of whatever you're talking about. Or if you're talking about popping popcorn, they should be able to smell it just from the words that you choose to use. Next slide, please. This is the brief outline of a narrative, of a descriptive essay. You will have your introduction, your body, and your conclusion. Most often, when students want to write, you guys only want to write that 3-paragraph essay. No, the basic essay should always be at least 5 paragraphs. Next slide, please. The expository. You're that type of student that you just want to tell the facts. You don't need your personal opinion. You just want to tell someone exactly what you're going to answer the question exactly as asked with facts. That's an expository essay. There are several ways of writing an expository essay. Next slide, please. You have a definition essay when you're just defining something. Then you have the cause and effect. Something happened and why it happened. Then you have the reflection. And quite often in language arts or English classes, you have that critical analysis essay. They're all expository. You're all writing to just simply explain something. Next slide, please. This is the basic outline for your expository essay. As you can see on this outline, you're going to give 4 main facts about whatever the subject is that you are writing about. Next slide, please. Then you may be the type of student that likes to argue. You know you're right and you can prove your point. Then whenever given the opportunity, choose to write a persuasive argument or essay, which is also known as the argumentative. And if you're really confident about what you're writing, then do the Rogerian style, which is still a persuasive essay, but not only will you tell them why you're right, you can tell them that they are a little bit right. With the Rogerian part, that's when you're telling your point of view, their point of view, but then you can finish up by telling them why yours is better, and you can prove why yours is better. That's the Rogerian side, whereas with the regular persuasive essay, you're just telling your side. So you can either just tell your side, or you can say, I can tell you my point of view. I can prove my point of view. I hear what you're saying, but this is why my ideas are better and more to the point. Next slide, please. And here you can see what I basically just said, the goals and the differences between the Rogerian essay and the traditional persuasive essay. So like I said, if you want to tell just your point, use the traditional one. If you want to tell your point and their point and then yours again, then you're a Rogerian. Next slide, please. Here, just like with the other essays, I'm giving you just a very brief outline as to how you can write an argumentative essay in just 4 basic steps. I won't read all of the steps to you, but just know in step number 1, you always introduce your subject matter, your opinion, or your opinion, and how you're going to present it. Next slide, please. Your thesis statement. That I believe the thesis statement is one of the things that most students have the toughest time writing. Your thesis statement is not an announcement of this paper will be about. That's not what it is. A thesis statement, which is always found in your first paragraph towards the end, you are telling your readers what you will be writing about, and you're going to give them just a little tidbit of information. You will not say this essay will be about. You don't have to say that. Just your subject matter and the direction in which you will be writing. Next slide, please. This is just one basic example of how to create a thesis statement. As I said before, you will state your topic. You will let your readers know which side you're going for or against. And then you're going to give like at least three pieces of support, because those three pieces of support will later become your three basic paragraphs for the body paragraphs for your essay. And your readers will know all of this information within your first paragraph. Then paragraphs 2, 3, and 4, you would explain in details just one fact per paragraph. Next slide, please. And this, as I just stated about the three body paragraphs, is each of the three things that you wrote about in your thesis statement. They will then be developed into individual paragraphs. Next slide, please. On the screen now, you will see it's an informational guide that was currently being used in Charles County. And it's just to help you, if you think of meals, and teenagers always like to eat. So that's where the meals come in at. And when you're writing a paragraph, you think of the M is the main idea of the paragraph. The E, you need evidence. The A, you have to analyze your evidence. And then you're going to have a link between your evidence and your topic. And then you will summarize everything, which makes the S, which is the meals. Next slide, please. Here you will find as a 8th grade teacher, I like making sure my students are always prepared. So here and then some other slides, you will find that I have actually put together some word banks to help you just to have like something to think about prior to when you're writing. And this is the word banks for constructing your body paragraphs. Next slide, please. Whenever you write, you should always have some type of guideline or rubric to help guide you to make sure you're staying on topic. And then also keep in mind that not only will you reread your paper multiple times, but you also need to have someone else to kind of read over your paper and to make sure that you're covering all of your topics. So this paragraph rubric is a guide to help keep you focused. Next slide, please. And I broke down the slides so that it's the end for each rubric. There's a different set of things that you're looking for. Like, for example, what you're looking for in the introductory paragraph, you're not going to see so much in paragraphs 2, 3, and 4. Next slide, please. This is paragraph 1. Now, in paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, they're set up basically the same way, but keep in mind, they're going to be speaking on 3 different topics. And then you have the basic things. Make sure your capitalization is correct. Make sure you're using correct punctuation. Sometimes the computers catch these things for us now, but it's always better to go back and check for yourself. Next slide, please. And you can keep going. Next slide. Next slide. Your conclusion. your conclusion paragraph, there's some basic things to keep in mind. First of all, you're going to wrap up your essay. You're going to repeat what you said in paragraphs 2. You're going to briefly repeat what you said in paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 so that your reader will remember exactly what you were speaking of. However, do not add anything new in your conclusion. So it's like you're bringing everything to a conclusion, but nothing new. Next slide, please. This, once again, is just a checklist to make sure you have checked for your misspelled words. You have used the correct words, because there, and there, they don't all mean the same. Next slide, please. Transitional words. Do you really, really, really need them? Absolutely. Next slide, please. The purpose of a transitional word is to help guide your readers so that they will know that if you're using the word next, or if you're saying after all, or in conclusion, they know with the in conclusion, you're finished. You're not saying anything else. Whereas as a result of, it's telling you that I heard you, but because this happened, now this may have happened. So that's how to transition from one point of view to another. On the screen now, you see the transitional words for argumentative essays. Next slide, please. Here you will see transitional words for compare and contrast essay. Next slide, please. Cause and effect. Next slide, please. Here you will find transitional words to start a paragraph. Maybe I should have put that one first, but that's okay. But this is to start a paragraph when you're just writing, especially with narratives. Next slide, please. And of course, if you have a beginning, you must have an end. The transitional words for the conclusion, to me, it's one of the most important because you're also telling your readers that you're finished. Finally, in essence, briefly, all in all, you're telling your readers, I hope you understood what I was saying because I'm finished. And I will wrap it up with what I'm saying. Next slide, please. Your conclusion, as I said before, in your conclusion, do not introduce anything else new. Restate your thesis, remind your readers what you wrote about, restate your conclusion or the whatever, depending on the type of argument, type of essay that you're writing, remind them of your point of view. If you're telling a story with the narrative, then let them know this is the end of, well, they will know this is the end of your story by the way you're writing your conclusion. You went on a trip, you told them already where you're going. So in your conclusion, you should be there. You should be wherever you said you're going. By your conclusion, you're there. Next slide, please. Your college essay. Always start your college essays or thinking about your college essays when you're in like the 10th grade. Just kind of like think about, I wonder what it is they're going to ask me about. If they ask me about this, I'm ready. If they ask me about that, I'm ready. One of the most important things with your college essay, in my opinion, the most important, make sure you pay attention to that due date and turn your essay on time. If they say 3 p.m. on Friday, December the 13th, have your essay in at 3 p.m., not 3:01, not 3:10, not 3:15 because you had an internet glitch. No, 3:01, or better still, turn it in at 2 o'clock the day before. Next slide, please. What will you write about? Think of your college essay as your time to shine. You're telling your story, your story. So choose a prompt. if given the choice of more than one, choose a prompt that explains you to the utmost light. Choose that prompt, knowing that you're going to write that essay, you're going to put it aside for a day, and then you're going to pick it up, you're going to reread it, and you're going to realize, wait a minute, that sounded good, but now I want to say this. That's okay. That's why you start early, you have other people read it, and you don't get upset if you have to start all over again, because you have time. Next slide, please. When you compose your essay, remember, you don't have to worry about the prompt because the prompt is already given. If you are the type of person, if you have a particular essay style that you prefer writing with, try to choose the prompt that offers that. Like, for example, if you're argumentative and you like proving your point, then look for the prompt where the persuasive essay works at. If you like telling a story about this great trip that you went on and how that great trip helped to refocus or help you focus even clearly on your life choices, write about that. But choose the one that fits you, because you are writing about yourself. You're putting yourself in this paper. Keep it in mind that whoever's reading this, they've never had the pleasure of meeting you, but they will when they offer you that seat in their classroom. Next slide, please. What if you're the type of person that I don't like writing? I never had the opportunity to write. Well, remember, Top Teens of America offers an opportunity for you to practice not only writing essays, but also the speaking tournament. So, speakers tournament. So each year, enter it. You will never, ever, ever win any type of competition unless you enter it. So you're going to once again decide on the type of essay that best fits you. You're going to put yourself into it. You're going to start early, and then you're going to finish on time, and you're going to have multiple eyes looking at your essay. Next slide, please. What type would you write about? Like I said, you have the narrative to choose from, you have the persuasive, you have cause and effect. There's so many different types of essays, at least 4 basic ones, but then they break down into greater details. But choose the one that you're most comfortable with. I'm sure even now, when you're in your language arts English classes, your teachers will introduce the various types to you. And if not, I'm not even going to say if not, because as an educator, especially with language arts, I know we do. Next slide, please. Above all, this I think is the most important part of your essay. Make sure you cite your sources. Don't take somebody else's words and own them. That's stealing. Cite your sources. If you had a conversation with your mom and she gave you this wonderful insight into your topic, on your works cited page, I should see conversation with my mom, or you wouldn't say mom, but you would use her name, like conversation with Margot Savoy at 3:30 p.m. on November the 15th, 2022. Cite that source, because if not, you're stealing your mom's words. But most importantly, make sure whenever you write your essay and you use evidence, make sure you cite those sources. Your prompt or whoever's giving you the writing assignment will tell you to use either the APA or the MLA or whichever type of works cited page they want you to use. So you don't have to You don't have to guess as to which one they want. It's included. It should be included in the prompt. There are many, many, many site generators that are online, and some of them are even free. So there's no excuse for you to write this 10-page paper and to have someone say this plagiarism in your paper and you earn a 0. So cite your sources. Next slide, please. Final check, like I said just now, these are not any sites that I endorse. These are just the ones that I use. Check with your local school system. You probably already have like turnitin.com and maybe grammarly.com. Use them. Use them. If you don't have them, talk to your parents about actually buying you a subscription to them because they work. Grammarly.com not only checks for plagiarism, but they will also it's like another eye. Remember I told you need some additional eyes on that paper? Grammarly.com will check your grammar. They check your spelling. They make sure your words are as efficient as they should be. Next slide, please. I know I just threw out a whole lot of information to you. Your local chapters will have access to this PowerPoint, but above all, what I really truly want to leave you guys with is, yes, have a love of writing and share your writing as often as possible with people that want to read it. If you're ever in need, I can guarantee that there's a top lady that will help you. Your teachers will help you, and I'll even help you. I'm only an email away. Thank you and have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful remainder of your day.
Thank you so much, Lady Savoy. That was awesome. Like I learned got some key points I can take away that I can use to help improve my writing as well.
Oh, I'm glad.
You know, when you get out of practice for so long, you forget some of the basics, right?
Absolutely.
We did have a couple questions for you during your presentation. Okay. Rogerian seems to be a stronger style to substantiate your perspective. Is this widely practiced?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it's mainly because it answers all of the questions. Because you tell them, I know I'm right. And then you say, you're a little bit right, you're close, but not exactly. This is why mine's better. So yes.
All right. And someone asked if you could show them how to use the word bank.
Okay. I don't know how to go back to that slide, but I will tell you this. If you look at the word bank, I don't have my things with me. Can somebody just flip me back to one of the word bank slides? It doesn't matter which one.
Let's see. The tech team is working on it.
Okay, keep going. Okay.
Come back forward.
There okay, right there. If you look at wait a minute. Okay, that's not it. I'm sorry. Can you go to another one? I think that's more. Okay, stop right. Okay, right there. Okay, for this here, this word bank is just a transitional words to help you start a paragraph. Like if you're thinking, okay, I'm trying to write my second paragraph. I've already said in the first place. So how would I let my readers know that I am getting ready to start another paragraph without just delving right into it? Well, if you see where it says the next step, so you just write the next step and then go ahead with your next step. Many students like just simply using the words first, second, and third. That works also. First, second, third, and in conclusion. You know, that's 4 paragraphs right there.
Thank you so much, Lady Savoy.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
That was great. And I'm glad to know because had a few comments too. But it was one of the things you said at the end was that the slides will be shared with the respective chapters.
Yes.
So that's great. So because I know some teens or some of the parents that might be on or top ladies probably would ask for that information. Okay. So that's good to know that the slides will be shared. Again, thank you for representing
you're
Southern
welcome.
Maryland,
You're
our
welcome.
sister chapter. And
Southern Maryland in the house.
so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, now we're gonna go on, everyone. We're gonna have a short break, and then we're going to transition to our next session. So take a quick break, and like I said, grab your tea, grab your coffee, little water, and come right back, and we'll transition to our next session.
Lord, please take my hand and help me to stand in the morning, in the noonday, on my knees. I pray you, Lord, please come and rescue me. Stop by, say please, help my raging, don't cause them lazy. Lord,
Hello, everyone. I want to welcome back and I want to introduce next our tech team and our teens that are coming up. Teen Tech, Lady Angie, are they ready? There they go.
Here I am. Hi, everyone. I'm Lady Angie Sanders, and welcome to our Top Teens of America panel discussion titled, If I Knew Then What I Know Now. During this session, our panelists will reflect on their time as top teens and offer some insight on how the choices and experiences in their teenage years have impacted their lives. So if you have any questions for our panel, please use the chat feature throughout the session and we'll get to as many as we can. So in the interest of time, I'll facilitate this session by directing most of the questions to each panelist specifically, and I'll direct the last two questions to the entire panel. So panelists, I want to start today's session by asking that you introduce yourselves by telling us your name, college, major, and any other credentials that you'd like to share. And I think you guys will appear one at a time on the screen.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matthew Mitchell. I go to Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia. I study civil engineering with a focus in construction, and I've been a Virginia Tech track athlete, Division I athlete for the past 3 years. So yeah, that's who I am. Nice to see you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Matthew.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alexis Clark. I go to North Carolina A&T State University. I am a senior speech pathology and audiology student with a minor in psychology. I have been a psychology minor, I want to say, for the last 2 years. So it's been going, trying to get everything in right before senior year because I wanted to graduate on time. But yeah, I'm ready to go onto the real world.
I'm sure you are. Thank you, Alexis. Welcome.
Hey everybody, my name is Zion Seegers. I'm a sophomore at VCU in Richmond, Virginia Commonwealth University. I'm a exercise science major, and yeah, I look forward to speaking with you all today.
Thanks, Zion. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jordan. I went to Old Dominion University for my undergrad degree, and I got my major was in exercise science. My minor was in psychology, and I'm now in grad school studying urban education, community counseling, on the clinical mental health track.
That sounds awesome. Welcome, Jordan.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jasmine. I went to Old Dominion University. Also, I graduated with my undergrad. My major was communications, public relations, with a minor in leadership and ethics for professional roles. And I currently am the community organizer for the Elaine Laureate Campaign for Congress.
Thanks, Jasmine and fellow communications major. Welcome.
Hi there. My name is Devin Simpson. I graduated from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill in 2017 with a major in public relations and a double minor in business administration and social and economic justice. I currently work at the Hatcher Group, a public relations firm based in Bethesda, Maryland, and I've worked there for the last 5 years. Great to be here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alexis Simpson McGee. I am a Vanderbilt grad. I graduated from Vanderbilt in 2015 with a major in human and org development. And I graduated in 2022 with my master's in ed policy from the Harvard Graduate School of Education. I'm an education consultant and former teacher and assistant principal, and I'm excited to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies. Welcome. And do we have Courtney yet, maybe? Okay, we'll keep moving along. So my first question is for Alexis S. Alexis, can you tell us how being a part of Top Teens of America benefited you during your high school years?
I think Top Teens was like my first leadership development opportunity. and it was so beneficial. Ended up going to Vanderbilt on a community service scholarship that paid my tuition all 4 years because of things like Top Teens, being able to do so much community service so often and be able to build up my resume and to be the president of Top Teens and to be able to leverage that leadership on my resume for college. I think I learned so much about what it means to be a leader and what it means to be a servant. I also had such great mentors. Like Lady Ann and Lady Mary are still mentors to me. When I was a teacher, they bought books for my classroom. They bought things for my kids. They've donated so much money to the schools that I've worked at. So I think just the mentorship, the leadership development, learning what it means to be a servant leader and seeing that model by such phenomenal women had a huge impact on me in high school, college, and now as someone that's chosen a service-based career.
That's awesome. That's great to hear. So my next question is for Devin S. In what ways would you recommend that teens take advantage of organizations like TTA and get the most out of them?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's super important to recognize that organizations like TTA, as Alexis just mentioned, really do set you up for the future and your entire career. And so it's really important to just be super engaged. I mean, there's a lot of ways we could all spend our time, but when I look at my high school career, so much of it was spent supporting TTA and TLOD events, and I really cherish those moments, and they've really set me up to be the person I am today, and also have the career I have today. And so I would just encourage folks, take advantage of the volunteering opportunities, take advantage of the networking opportunities, engage with the ladies in TLOD. As Alexis mentioned, those are lifelong mentors and support systems that you'll have far past being in high school or being a TTA member. Networking, take advantage of the mentorship opportunities, the part, the your peers, right? Like getting to know other teens in TTA, not just in your chapter, but in other chapters. Really grow that network, and really, I think, grow roots with TTA, and understand that doing that and putting in the work, putting in the time and engagement in the organization only helps improve your own life, and hopefully helps improve the lives of people around you as well.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies. So my next question is for Matthew. Matthew, you shared with us that you are on the track team at your university. What advice would you offer to a high school student athlete seeking to go to college on scholarship for their respective sport?
Yeah. So just like I said, Division One athlete, Virginia Tech. For if you're in high school and you're thinking about going to college for a sport, I would just say do your research. Really do your research on coaches, on the schools, because I know you guys are young, but you guys really want to know or have an idea of where you want to go because a lot of these, especially Division One programs, is a business. And, if you're not going to come in and produce for these coaches and for your school, it's highly unlikely that you'll get a scholarship. I got scholarships for low D1, D2 schools, but for Virginia Tech, I'm actually technically a walk on because I didn't get a scholarship. I came here just because I wanted a Division One experience and I wanted to compete against other Division One athletes, even though, like I said, I don't have a scholarship. I didn't get a scholarship here. But yeah, just do your research, and just try. I know you guys are, senior year. There's a lot going on, but try to just figure out where you want to go because, like I said, if you're not at the top of the food chain in your sport, whatever sport you play, coaches really aren't going to be throwing money at you like you think. Because I was once in your shoes, and I was thinking, I thought I was hot stuff. Nah, nah, I wasn't. I mean, I was. Like I said, I got scholarship. I got scouted and stuff like that. But like I said, I didn't get a scholarship here. Technically walk on. So yeah, just figure out where you want to go. Have an idea. Do your research.
Thank you for that. Our next question is for Alexis C. Alexis, how did you know that the college you chose was right for you, and what kinds of things were important to you?
So A&T had always been on my list since I was a baby because my dad went to A&T.
Ah,
So he definitely it's still to me, you know what? We have a little Aggie over here, even though my mom was always fighting with them because she went to South Carolina State. So that was one thing that kind of influenced my decision. I will say another one was that when we went on a tour at A&T, the tour guide was so honest. You know how most schools, they'll tell you everything that's great about the school, but they'll never tell you the ins and outs. Well, at
Right.
A&T, the tour guide really told us like the ins and outs. She told us what was best, what was not so good, how to get things, where to go, all this different type of stuff. And I felt like that was very important to me because she was honest and she wasn't just saying, "Oh, well, we're great. We do this, we do that." She was very honest with how she had everything out. Another one was how involved A&T was in trying to get their students involved in different organizations. There's so many organizations on campus, and they wanted every student to at least have 10 hours community service every semester, plus have all this experience in different organizations. So I am in 4 orgs right now, and I'm the vice president of one of them. And I feel like I never would have even tried to go for those positions if it weren't to because of A&T trying to push us that as freshmen. So yeah, I feel like those were my really hard hitting decision factors as to why I chose A&T.
Awesome. That's great to hear. All right. So this question is for Jasmine. Jasmine, can you speak to the importance of participating in extracurricular activities and organizations in high school and how that benefited you in college?
Okay, so when I was in high school, which there was, it's been a couple years, but I did, for example, TTA. But also throughout my high school, I participated in a few of their already in-house community service organizations, like their SAD club, and then would work with the ones with my church. And I also played soccer with a couple for the school and for a club outside. And I would say with all of that, it actually it helps with you getting into colleges, because nowadays they look for more so a well-rounded student. So yes, your academics, but also seeing how active you are in the community. Are you able to manage extracurriculars and so on and so forth? So I would definitely recommend that just with admittance, because it even gives you opportunities for scholarships when you have things like TTA as organizations that you participated in, and them seeing that that's not the only area where you decided to be in your community. And then on top of that, I would say it helps even once you're in school, just because it already gives you kind of those leadership skills. So when you're joining organizations, or even when you're in courses, for example, I was a communication major, so we had to do a lot of public speaking, even as part of our coursework and things like that. It helps you already be set up for what to expect, how to prepare yourself, and how to kind of control yourself and be ready for that environment and take that step forward without as much preparation or worry, because you already have those experiences and know how to be around different groups and types of people. So yes.
Awesome. I'm loving all the communications majors on the panel. Love it. I've been notified that there is a question in the chat for Alexis, and I don't know which Alexis, but let's see what the question is. Let's see. How did you find a community service scholarship? So either Alexis, take it away. Who would like to
I
answer that?
think that one's for me. So, when I looked at all the schools I was interested in, I looked up all of their premier scholarship programs, the one that you get directly from the university. We all apply for small scholarships, like from your church, from community orgs, but the big money comes from an institution. So I looked up every school I was applying to and all their core scholarship programs, and then ones that focused on service and diversity. I applied to all of those, and that gave me kind of a wealth of opportunity to kind of compete and then to play those offers back against each other. So like I had a full ride at the University of Richmond for a similar program, and I was able to take that back to Vandy and say, well, I actually really want to go to Vandy, and you've offered me full tuition. What else can you do? And so like I was able to kind of leverage scholarships against one another because I had researched every single school and knew exactly what scholarships they offered, and then I could compete once I had gotten multiple offers.
I love that. So you took sort of like a potential job offer approach to your scholarships. I've never heard that, but that's awesome.
Yeah, it's like you can negotiate, and I think kids don't often know that you can negotiate. And so like if a school really wants you, they'll find the additional money. Well, so and so says full ride, but you say full tuition. What else can you do? Can you give me a book stipend? Can you pay for my housing? Can you pay for my meal plan? And if they really want you to be there, they'll give you the extra thing.
Awesome. And these schools definitely have the money. So I appreciate that advice. Thank you. I think we have Courtney who has joined us. Are you there, Courtney? Can you hear me? Are you there, Courtney? I'll come back and check in on you to make sure that you get a chance to introduce yourself and answer a question here on the panel. But my next question is for Zion. Zion, is there anything that you took from the Top Teens of America program that enhanced your college experience?
So I would definitely say, um, just being in a position of leadership, like in top teens, really helped me when I got to college. Simply because there was a student organization that I joined when I got to VCU called Developing Men of Color. And it's actually very similar to Top Teens, but it's more narrow in the sense that it's for specifically men of color. Um, and so when I got there, at the first general body meeting, they had all these different committees and stuff that you could sign up for. They had a social committee, a professional development committee, academic, and then there was also a community service committee. Um, and even though I was a freshman, and a lot of times they were like kind of recruiting people who were a little bit older, a little bit more experienced. Because of my experience of leadership in top teens, I was able to really just transfer that over as, okay, this is something I've already done before. I've been in a committee before. I've been the leader of a committee before. I've organized events before. So yeah, I'll step up and be a chairman for one of these committees. And so I ended up becoming a chairman for the community service committee. And now like I run community service events like every single month. And I help plan them, and I meet weekly with my committee, and then I meet with the committee chairs. And so just like really the nature of like working in an organization, um and being a leader or just being a part of that organization, knowing how that stuff works, it was really good because I was familiar with how the processes work. And it really just it made it something that didn't seem so big and scary when I got to college. Because when you get to college, like, you now no one else is telling you what to do. You don't have to go do these things,
Right.
but you have the opportunity to. And when you do, like, it actually really it benefits you a lot. Because since I took this position of leadership, and I'll probably touch on it later when I talk about networking, but um when I'm applying to scholarships, when I'm applying to internships, I can put that I was a leader in this, and then I can have um someone, my advisor in that student organization, can write a recommendation about me as an outgoing person who went and took initiative even just as a freshman. And so that's an important thing, is like what's going to make you stand out from the crowd is some not a lot of people are in top teams or in an organization like this. So
Mhm.
when you get to college, it really stands out when you are, the one to take the initiative to be a leader. So that's one thing I learned a lot, is the leadership skills and the working in the organization skills.
Awesome. So, Zion, let's go ahead and transition into the networking portion you spoke about earlier. How has networking played a role in your college experience?
So I will mention that I probably will relate a lot of my stuff to Developing Men of Color, because that's the organization I work with the most. I have a lot of my opportunities with that.
Hmm.
Even just this week, we did a LinkedIn and internship workshop this week, which was something that I remember doing stuff like that with top teens. So it's like something that was I was familiar with. And so in terms of networking, as you participate in an organization, or you participate in activities in college, or even just meeting new people in college, um you know you're you've heard the saying probably before, like your network is your net worth.
Yes.
No, it's not just what you know, is who you know. And so you can know a lot. You could be a very strong student. You can be very strong academically. You could be a very strong athlete. But at the end of the day, the places where you want to go, you gotta know people who can get you there. And as much as strong as an individual that you are, it's always important to have people who are going to help you get to the place you want to go. So knowing people and having relationships too, not just saying I know them, they know my name,
Mhm.
but nurturing that relationship is very important. I was able at a mixer to meet an individual who worked in the VCU's their medical school department, and this is very early. This is just in the first 2 months of my freshman year, and I talked to him about wanting to do physical therapy, and he was able to tell me that there was an actual really big disparity between black men in the field of physical therapy versus really any other demographic, and so they were actually having a very strong turn in terms of their recruitment to really try to get more black men in physical therapy. And so he actually he put me on with the dean of the physical therapy school at VCU's medical school.
Wow.
And I went and met her personally. She personally gave me a tour of the VCU's physical therapy school. She showed me all the facilities. And now me and her speak on like really a month-to-month basis. And now in my pocket, I have someone who's a dean at a prestigious university, really the first medical school in Virginia. And I know her, she knows me. She's able to at this point write recommendations for me about, me being outgoing. She's able to actually advise me in certain things. So stuff like that, you never know when meeting one person might put you might not find one person, as important as you may think, but that person may have other connections that lead you to other things. And just, everywhere you go, I actually learned this, and I'll try not to take up too much more time, but it's important when you're networking to create either a spreadsheet or kind of a list of these people that you're meeting, and your point of contact when you last contacted them, what you guys last talked about, because all of that is important. And conjuring those nurturing those relationships, it's very important, because when you are going to ask for a favor or something like this, or you're, trying to reap some of the benefits of that relationship, you don't want it to seem like you're just trying to, kind of use them. You want that
Right.
relationship to seem like it goes both ways. So that's another big part about networking. And a lot of that I learned in Top Teens, going to conferences, um, going to area conference, meeting with other chapters, all of that is important. And, you know, that same concept can be applied to any aspect of your life. If you meet somebody, really, really think about the value that relationship could have in your life. And keep building your network, because your network is your net worth. So, always keep building your network. Is going to help you get every opportunity you want to. And it's just something that you got to do if you really want to be successful.
Awesome. Sounds like you are a pro at this networking thing. That was some awesome advice you gave there. Thank you. Courtney, I want to come back to you. Can you hear us? Are you there?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Oh,
awesome. I wanted
wow.
to give you
God is good.
all the time. I wanted to give you a chance to introduce yourself, and I'm gonna pass a question along to you. So please feel free to introduce yourself.
Okay, so hi everyone. Hi fellow top teens. I don't know if how y'all kind of did introductions, but did
Just
you
your
start
name,
name?
college major, and any credentials you'd like to share.
Okay, so my name is Courtney Parker. I just graduated this May from Hampton University with a BA in political science on the pre-law track. So very excited about that. Currently, I'm studying to take the LSAT, which is like the law school entrance exam. If you don't know what that is, but that's all I'm doing right now, and I'm happy to be here with you.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us. Can you tell us about your experience applying for college? What worked well for you, and what would you have done differently?
Yeah, so my experience for applying to college, I would say overall is stressful yet exciting. I mainly did apply to HBCU simply because I had took a lot of I took advantage of a lot of the programs that HBCUs had offered to high school students. So, just some advice that I would give is if the school that you are looking at, even if it's not an HBCU, but if it's the school that, if you're looking at a school that has some sort of like high school program, like in the summer, like where you come for a week, or I know a lot of colleges do high school days. I know a lot of those programs helped me decipher which schools I really wanted to go to, because in my opinion, the fact that they were extending their hand to high school students to come see their college, see their department, meet department chairs, things like that really just spoke volumes in my opinion. So if you're a high school, I would definitely take advantage of that. And also when applying to colleges, you got to pay for college somehow. So scholarships was important to me. I heard you guys speak a little bit about scholarships, but if I were you, I would search for every single scholarship that you qualify for. If you are a Black male, if you're a Black female, literally, when I tell y'all there's scholarships for everything, like there's some scholarships out there for being left-handed. So just really do your research, be diligent. What me and my mom used to do every Saturday was we would go to the library and we would look for scholarships and we would apply for like at least 5, like bare
Love it.
minimum, just 5. And a lot of those require, essays. Some of them don't require anything, just simply putting in your name. So, yeah, my main 2 advice, I'm not going to take up too much more time, but my main 2 pieces of advice for applying to colleges: definitely take advantage of college's high school days or high school programs. And then number 2 is to apply for as many scholarships that you can as possible that you fit for. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Courtney. That is wonderful advice. I just got my 10-minute warning, and we'll probably be wrapping up at 12:30 here. So I want to ask the last question and pose this to the entire panel. I want you to fill in the blank. If I knew then what I know now, I would have what? And anybody chime in when you're ready.
I'll go first because I didn't go yet.
Okay.
One thing. Okay, I have 2 things. One, do what makes you happy. And no matter what, because like I told you, I got my undergrad in exercise science, but I'm getting my master's in mental health counseling. So I would say I realized my senior year that exercise science wasn't really something that was going to make me happy, but it was just I was this far, I did it, we were just going to roll with it. But now that I'm in my master's program, I love it. I literally call my parents all the time, excited to tell them what I'm doing and what I've learned. I have A's in all my classes. And it also, when you're interested in something, it makes it more fun. I love reading the chapters. I just be reading in my book all the time, just so excited because it makes sense to me. It's something I actually care about and I want to study. So even if y'all are scared and you don't know what you want to do, I would say either don't just pick something based off of the money, and if you realize that something's not for you, then it's really not for you. Obviously, pray about it, talk to your parents, talk to your counselor. Don't make rash decisions and have 15,000 majors and be in college for 20 plus years. But I would say definitely do what makes you happy. And then my second thing, because my question was about friendships, it's okay to
I was going
outgrow
to get back to you
relationships.
on that. So yes, please expand.
It's okay to outgrow relationships and outgrow people that are in your life. I'm not saying cut everybody off, but sometimes in order to get to certain places, you can't keep watering dead plants. But you also can't fill from an empty glass. So if it's draining you, if it's hard, don't be disrespectful about it. But it's okay to be listen, I just need a second. I need time and to really do what's best for you. Self-care. I really promote self-care now, and I believe everybody should go to counseling.
Awesome advice. Anybody else?
I would say, and this might be controversial for the kids in the room, leverage and listen to your elders. The college process, the careering, the adulting, now over 10 years out of high school and trying to live my own life and be a real adult, do not take any advice for granted. People that care about you will give you good advice, and people that don't say anything. So when someone tells you something about yourself and an opportunity to improve or a piece of advice to take, it means that they care. Because when people stop giving you feedback, that means that they don't care. And I think it's when I was you guys' age, I was like, oh, I have all my stuff together. I'm doing this. I'm a great student. I don't need all this advice. And now as an adult, I just crave good advice. And so take the good advice while it's here from the ladies in TLOD, from your parents, from your community members, from your teachers, because that advice will play dividends for you later. And they're giving y'all so many good nuggets right now that you may not be able to appreciate. But I promise you, when you are an adult in the real world, having to pay your own bills, having to get up and go to work every day, you're going to appreciate all those small pieces of feedback and all that encouragement that folks pour into you. It's going to make such a huge difference. So hold on to it and value it while it is here, because it is critical. And that mentorship, we all need mentors, no matter how young or old we are.
Awesome. You know, when I was younger, my mom used to say, I've been down that road, you're traveling. And I didn't know what that meant, but I do now. Anybody else?
I would say, okay, so for me, I would say, and it kind of relates to networking, how Zion was talking about. I would say, if I knew then what I knew now, to start it early. So of course I was in top teams in a lot of different organizations, and we learned how to network, but I mean networking where you're actually building and starting those opportunities early.
Right.
So for example, I learned in school, my major was public relations communications. Like I had a passion for it from the beginning to the end. Like I wanted to work with nonprofits. I knew that and I was looking for it. So I learned in college that when I actually was networking, but networking where I was actually trying to set up an opportunity. So when I networked, that's how I got the 3 internships that I did in school. All of those were literally not me applying or anything, but just getting to know the people in a couple organizations I knew, but speaking with them about what they do as their careers, what they actually have passions for. And then that's how I was able to get into those nonprofit organizations. And then even my paid job that I'm in right now, I got that one through it was even through a friend, but even networking and not just talking about social issues, but talking about, okay, what do I want to do for my future? Here's what I have experience wise. And like that gave me the opportunity to be able to get that position. So I would say, of course, you're networking now, but you could have even been doing that. Even for me, I could have been doing that in high school, already had like a few internships out the way, where when I was in college, it wasn't my first time in that zone, in that field of starting those jobs. So I could have had even more like background on what I wanted to do and things like that. So I would say, if I knew then, I know now, it's just networking, but with the purpose and actually starting those opportunities before I feel like, oh, that's when I'm old enough or when I think I'm ready now and things like that. So that's what I would recommend.
Awesome, awesome advice. I think we're about out of time. So I want to thank our panelists for participating: Alexis Clark, Devin Simpson, Alexis Simpson, Zion Seegers, Courtney Parker, Matthew Mitchell, Jordan Harrell, and Jasmine Harrell. And I want to thank you all for joining us today. And I hope you enjoyed our discussion about if I knew then what I knew now. Back to you, Lady Ebony.
Thank you so much, Lady Angie. That was an amazing session. Like, I'm up here taking notes from the teams. Stop watering dead plants. Can't pour from an empty glass. Listening to your elders. And I know that the parents are really enjoying listening to what the teens are saying, because it's just cyclic all over again, right? We would say different things when we were younger, and then we got older. We would repeat what our parents told to us. It would finally sink in once we got out on our own and started adulting. Networking with a purpose. That really stood out to me, because if there are other younger teens in high school that are on, please pay attention to that, because it does make sense to network and get out of your bubbles. Because sometimes when I say we as people will stay in our bubbles, and we can miss out on opportunities, if we don't take a chance and step outside. And as you heard from the teens, they have been afforded so many opportunities just from stepping outside of their bubbles and networking and being intentional about it. So this has been an awesome session, and it was great to see some faces that I hadn't seen in a while. Very exciting. So with that said, thank you again for that session. And now we're going to go to a giveaway. It's been a minute, so we're going to do a giveaway. This giveaway is going to be from Inspired Cravings. Excuse me, a $25 gift card. Now, like I said throughout the session, you have to go in the comments and enter hashtag DCPWC Expo 22. That is DCPWC Expo 22 in the chat box to be entered in the drawing to win. Give you a couple. Let me see if I see anything scrolling through. All right. Put the hashtag in so you can be entered for a chance to win a $25 gift card to Inspired Cravings. With that being said, let's hit the draw. Da, da, da. Oh my gosh, I see new names coming up. All right, we have a winner, Marquita Davis. Yay! You are the winner, excuse me, of the $25 gift card to Inspired Cravings. To claim your gift card, please send an email to TLODDCPWCExpo@gmail.com. TLODDCPWCExpo@gmail.com. Send an email and they will give you instructions on how to claim your gift card to Inspired Cravings. Thank you all again for the last session. We will now transition to, we'll have a video and then we'll transition to our next session. Thank you.
If I can help somebody as I travel along the way, if I can cheer somebody with a word or song, if I can show somebody that they're traveling the wrong road, then my living shall not be in vain. If I can help somebody as I travel along the way, if I can cheer somebody with a word or song, if I can show somebody that they're traveling the wrong road, then my living shall not be in vain. My living
Welcome back. I was looking through some of your comments, and one of the things that stood out was how informative the teens have been, and how one of our top ladies said she can't wait. She's looking forward to for the opportunity. There it is for her daughter to become a teen. And I would like to take this opportunity in we have a mentor mentee program to all the top ladies and lords. Lords are the husbands of top ladies who are mentors to top teens in your respective chapters. You know, if you were on and you listened to all the great feedback that they've given, take this opportunity to reach out and renew, you know, a connection with your top teen. Because you never know the impact that you have. You know, they talked about their mentors and them being a forever mentor in their lives. And I actually still speak to some of my mentees from before and shared mentees. So, you know, when I see them post on social media, and I really enjoy, you know, talking to them and staying connected with them. Up next, we will have the HBCU experience. Now, I can't let it go without telling you that I am a product of an HBCU. Proud, I am SWAC, Alcorn State University. Say it with me, Alcorn State University. All right. So I will please say it again, Alcorn. There we go. So next we will have our HBCU experience. Enjoy.
Welcome to the illustrious institution of South Carolina State University in the Garden City of Orangeburg, South Carolina. My name is Javon Holt. I'm an elementary education major. I graduated in the year 2023.
Hello, my name is Jazz Wideman. I am a graduate of Princeton University. I also attended South Carolina State University in Orangeburg, South Carolina.
Hello, my name is Erica Woody. I am a 2002 graduate of South Carolina State University, and my major was biology with a minor in chemistry.
What's up, everybody? I'm Cody Martin, South Carolina State alumni, class of 2004 and class of 2007. So I got my undergrad and my graduate degree from South Carolina State.
Hello, my name is Rasheen Fowler, aka Sheen One. I graduated with a Bachelor of Science of the South Carolina State University in 2003.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Triplet, and I am a 2003 graduate of the South Carolina State University, where I received a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Professional English.
I actually chose South Carolina State. Actually wasn't my first choice. My first choice was actually Clark Atlanta, but God led me to South Carolina State University with some housing issues, and that's like the best choice I could have ever made.
I chose South Carolina State because I was actually recruited on a football scholarship. And when I went on my recruiting visit, I had a sense of family. I had a sense of belongingness, and it was just an environment that I felt real comfortable being in. You know, I felt very, very comfortable being around my people, and you know, from the feeling that I have, everybody wants you to do well. Everybody wants you to be great. When I first went in on a football recruiting trip, you know, one of the promises that they made was, you're gonna graduate.
Since I didn't know what college was, I closed my eyes and I just pointed and went on blind faith. And that blind faith turned out to be my destiny for the South Carolina State University. It was one of the best moves I ever made in my life. And to this day, I've never regretted it. SC State is one of the best colleges in the world to me.
So I chose SC State because it was very important for me to have an HBCU experience. I am from a small town in South Carolina, Beaufort, South Carolina to be exact. And I knew that I wanted to have an HBCU experience, and I didn't want to be too far from home. I can remember growing up and watching the very popular at the time sitcom, A Different World. And I knew at that age, at that young age, that I wanted to have that experience because an HBCU experience is like none other.
I chose South Carolina State University because of the diversity. I come from Toronto, Canada. Therefore, we do not have any HBCUs. The idea of black people coming together to become successful in life and get an education intrigued me, therefore causing me to apply to South Carolina State University.
My college experience, one word I would use to describe my college experience is life-changing. I had an amazing, life-changing experience at South Carolina State University.
My fondest college experience probably takes place at South Carolina State, which is, because there was a lot of people from all over the country who looked like me, and I wasn't, I'm from a place to where, we were predominantly white. So to see a lot of people getting educated who look like me was definitely an experience, and it was fun to be able to be around those type of individuals. You meet all types of people from different backgrounds, and you create relationships that last a lifetime.
My experience at South Carolina State University was amazing. It definitely was like a bridge into adulthood where you're still, a student and you're growing into adulthood with not as much responsibility as being an actual adult, but you're still responsible for a lot. Getting yourself up for class, making sure your assignments are done, just certain things that you wouldn't have to do if you were at home with your parents. But you still have the luxury of still being halfway teenage or halfway.
Fondest memory about college is the friends. I met so many wonderful people who were just like me at that time, trying to figure things out. But we did it together. We studied together. We partied together. We learned the road trips, the laughing, the crying. Did I mention we partied together?
My fondest memory, I would say, simply just walking across that stage and being able to grab my degree and say that I was the first man to graduate in my family from college. First person actually to graduate college. That was the fondest memory of me, just simply walking across that stage. All my life, I dreamed about doing just that.
My fondest memory at South Carolina State University, I would have to say, is just hanging out at the yard. Like sometimes, you'll be on your way to class, and you're like, man, everybody's outside the yard, right across from the caf, or right in front of the caf. Everybody just hang out. It was just always something going on.
So I have quite a few fond memories at South Carolina State. Probably dorm step shows or just hanging out at the student plaza. But definitely the one that probably takes the cake is homecoming weekend, because homecoming is like a family reunion. And I can remember the week of homecoming, we typically have events that students can participate in. One in particular is the homecoming concert. And I can remember one homecoming concert that we had. I'm not going to say his name, but he came out with his baby hair and his R&B swag, coming out to greet South Carolina State students. And he steps out on stage and the crowd goes wild and he says, "What's up, Columbia?" And everyone is like, Columbia? We're in Orangeburg? Somebody tell him Orangeburg.
My fondest memory at South Carolina State University has to be homecoming. Homecoming, you see alumna and alumni come together, come back to campus, see the students, interact with the students. We party hard, and then we study hard in the morning.
A hidden gem, as far as South Carolina State goes, there's a lot, but one that I'll name is simply Papa Staley. And if you don't know who Papa Staley is, you got to do your research and find out who Papa Staley is. And I truly believe that you ain't a for real bulldog if you ain't get checked by Papa Staley.
A hidden gem of South Carolina State University, I'll say, is the gospel choir. UVOC, shout out to United Voices of Christ at South Carolina State University.
What's a hidden gem of South Carolina State? So I would say, and this is in my opinion, I would say a hidden gem of SC State would be Turner Hall.
At South Carolina State University, our hidden gem is Claflin University. It's another HBCU that directly touching South Carolina State. We used to be together a long time ago and they broke apart. When we come together, it's Black excellence.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So, we have a special treat for you coming up in regards to the HBCU experience. But before we go to that, I was going to share with you some of my HBCU experience. So, I went to Alcorn State University in Mississippi. I'm from Mississippi, and it's an old land grant institution, a very beautiful campus. And just like one of the young ladies said in the video, there's no experience like an HBCU experience. I had all my hopes in going to the University of Alabama, first school I got accepted in, and my mentor at the time in high school said, "Hey, if anything, give a HBCU one semester, right, and see what you go, where you go from there." Actually, I end up getting full rides, right? So I got a full academic scholarship to Alcorn State, Jackson State, a few more HBCUs, and a couple of the PW, the predominantly white institutions. But mostly I had full rides to HBCUs, but I end up choosing Alcorn because of my mentor. And I will tell you, one of the things that is to me is different, and I've visited non HBCUs, is you are it's like family. It's like going home. It's like the home away from home, the real deal home away from home. From the food that you eat in the cafeteria, I know nowadays it's different, right? A lot of services are catered. The friends and family you meet, it is amazing. So if anybody is on the fence about going to an HBCU, I highly encourage it. The alumni is great, and of course, the band and football experience where you win or lose is always awesome. It's always awesome, and I enjoy going back to homecoming because it is really a family reunion type experience. So, with no further ado, I believe the special treat is ready. So I will turn it over to them.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Lady Bernessa David Brown, and I am the UNCF chair, and we are excited to bring you the HBCU experience live at South Carolina State University Homecoming. We have our featured speaker today is Tiffany Headley, and she's right here with me, and we're going to go ahead and switch over to Tiffany. I understand you guys have seen a little video, some highlights about that HBCU experience, and we're going to give you something else, a little bit more live action. So here we are, Miss Tiffany. You're going to take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tiffany Headley. I am a 2015 graduate of South Carolina State University, and I am so happy to be here with you all today to tell you a little bit about my experience at the SC State University. And it was an amazing time. Just as yourself, not too long ago, I was in high school learning all about the things of the world, taking on classes, studying. It was an amazing experience in high school. I am from the DMV area. I attended Oxon Hill High School, and I graduated from the Science and Tech program in 2011. I had an amazing time in high school. If you guys are currently in school and have the opportunity to participate in extracurricular activities, please do so. Make sure that your grades are on point and you have an amazing GPA. It will be the tools and the keys that you need in order to get to college. In order for you to have scholarships, you'll use your knowledge and you'll also use your skill sets. Those will get you to where you need to be free of cost or at a discounted rate, because college is not free and it surely is expensive. However, you can utilize your skill set to make it inexpensive and get scholarships and grants based off of just your skills, things that you like to do for fun, whether it's sports, whether it's games that you play, or just other skill sets that you have. College will be a great experience for you once you enter, no matter where you decide to go, if it's somewhere close to in home or if it's several states away. You are more than welcome to have a great experience. There will be people on campus that are future doctors, future lawyers, future entrepreneurs. There will be so many people. College is a time like none other. The HBCU experience is one that you will never forget. There are other universities out there that will provide you with a good education as well. However, the HBCU experience is like none other. And me, I personally love my HBCU. And at this time, we're going to play a little video about South Carolina State. I love my HBCU. If you guys can cue up that video for them, I love my HBCU.
Welcome to Bulldog Country. Behind me is the admissions office. Here we work with all prospect students. This includes re-admits, international students, new students, and even transfers. All of these students we assist here in the admissions office. I am standing in the bookstore where you can come get your textbooks, paraphernalia, essential needs, and even snacks. Also on this floor, we have the cashier's office. If you have to pay a bill, if you have to pay for a ticket, anything you have to pay for, you would pay in that office. On the second floor, we have financial aid. Everybody knows about financial aid. They help as it relates to our tuition and paying for the tuition here at South Carolina State University. Also on the second floor, we have the IT department. IT helps us with our network, our computers, our printers, Wi-Fi, all of that is under IT. This is Crawford Zimmerman. We are now in the Student Plaza. This area is all for the students. You can come out, have a great time with your friends, but not only outside, you can go inside into the Student Center. You can grab a bite to eat in the pit, or you can get something small at Jasmine's Cafe. You can play pool in the game room, or you can even watch a movie in the movie theater. We also have a bowling alley where you can play a few games. This is all for the students. Here on the campus of South Carolina State University, we have a new state-of-the-art facility. It is the Engineering and Computer Science Complex. Here, we house classes for engineering, mathematics, and even computer science. We are the only school in the state of South Carolina that has a nuclear engineering program. Also, just last October, we were named the Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity. Through awareness, through trainings, and even in undergraduate curriculum, you can get a great education in cybersecurity. Welcome to the Fine Arts Center. Here we house the Visual and Performing Arts Department. In the visual arts, we have studio art, we have digital art, and we also have photography. In performing arts, we have drama. We have a great theater group everybody knows, the Henderson Davis Plays. Music, everybody loves music. We have concert choir, we have concert band, we have jazz ensemble, and everybody knows this last group, the Marching 101. This is Oliver C. Dawson Stadium. Imagine this, thousands of people in the stands, a winning football team on the field, a phenomenal band in the stands playing great music so that we can have a wonderful time. That's the excitement that we get here at Oliver C. Dawson Stadium. On homecoming, it's even greater. I love the experience that we get while here at the Oliver C. Dawson Stadium.
That was our virtual tour of our university, and that is what it is like on a quiet day. We are a Division I school in the MEAC. We are the 2021 champions for track, tennis, football. We have all the sports that you can imagine here available to you. We have 80% of our faculty who hold terminal degrees. We have 95% of our incoming freshmen receiving scholarships. We have over 57% female at our university. There are amazing, amazing, amazing statistics about our program. We have the only nuclear engineering HBCU offering in the state of South Carolina. It is amazing, full of opportunities. Our renowned ROTC program, Bulldog Battalion, has produced 22 generals inside of the Army fields, also the government fields. Also, what we have available to you today is a live experience of an HBCU homecoming. We are currently on the campus of South Carolina State University, and we will be showing you exactly what an HBCU homecoming looks like today. But before we get there, we're going to give you a little bit more information about exactly what an HBCU is and what the UNCF does in order to be able to assist HBCUs, because HBCUs are the core of our development. It is the core of where we started as Negro individuals for college education in this country. And it is one of the only places that you will be able to see so many people that look like you and are on the opportunity and striving for higher education. At this time, I'm going to pass it back to Ms. Vanessa Brown.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to make sure we spoke about the particular program area that is sponsoring this segment, United Negro College Fund. We know when we hear UNCF, we hear a mind is a terrible thing to waste. And so there are three pillows around UNCF, and I just wanted to make sure we mention them during this session. One of them is just positioning the member institutions, these colleges, whether they're HBCUs or if in fact they're public Black institutions, that they are there positioned to make sure students have options to, of course, improve their outcomes. Another premise to this is creating support programs to ensure our students get what they need when they're in these universities. That would include scholarships and that sort of thing. There are tons of scholarships that come through the UNCF. And then lastly, building awareness of all the opportunities. There are a lot of internships, and through UNCF and through a lot of these HBCUs, as well as the PBIs, the public Black institutions, there are a lot of things that you can attain in terms of career opportunities. So I just want to make sure we mention that as a sponsoring program element of Top Ladies of Distinction, the UNCF. So finally, I think we're going to end on a note where you're actually going to see on the yard some activities around HBCU and live action here at South Carolina State University. So Tiffany, I'm going to let you take it away and let them just see a little bit of the tailgate experience.
And before we head outside to get some live coverage, I just want to take a moment to emphasize again the amazing opportunity that each and every single one of you will be able to have by attending an HBCU and getting higher education for yourself. Whatever you decide that you want to do in life, you can do it. Go after your goals, go after the things that you want, and don't let anyone stop you from doing what it is that you want to do. Strive for success each and every single day and do what you need to do for you. Make sure that you are constantly trying to progress to the next level each and every single day. And you have so many people that are backing you. And at an HBCU specifically, everyone is family oriented. Myself personally, that is why I chose South Carolina State University, because on my tour, the first day that I came here, our housing representative who was giving the tours of the houses was so hospitable to me. It took me right under her wing, and my mom was sold. The experience that you'll have, the family, the camaraderie, the people that will be in your corner who genuinely care about the education that you get, the friendships that you will build. You will not just walk in and just be a number. You will be someone that matters on your campus. Granted, there will be hiccups. Everything always won't be in line, but you will be sure to make sure that you are in a great place. And I wish each and every single one of you success as you continue to strive to your next levels in your education. And at this time, we're going to play the I Love My HBCU video before we take you live onto a campus during our current homecoming. If we can run the I Love My HBCU video at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, your wait is over. From the beautiful Garden City of Orangeburg, South Carolina, please welcome the famed South Carolina State University.
Yeah. I love my HBCU. I love my HBCU. I love my HBCU. SC, SU, SC, SU. I love my HBCU. I love my HBCU. I love my HBCU. SC, SU, SC, SU. Yeah, and I woke up like this, proud to be a part of something outstanding. Them land grants from state to Claflin, educating black since 1896. I'm representing the Gardner and Blue, and know they can't shut us down because we way too historical. Legendary homecoming, you probably coming too. Your mom dukes, your daddy, your grandma too. We tailgating, the state is still hating, refuse to give us money. Don't worry though, we'll raise it. It's in our creed, responsibility for intellectual growth, academic integrity. That bulldog pride, those bulldogs live. You can never put us bulldogs down, we stand up. My mission, my purpose, my goal, my statement is to make sure nobody asks where South Carolina State went. Because I love my HBCU. I love my HBCU. I love my HBCU. SC, SU, SC, SU. Virginia State. I love my HBCU. I love my HBCU. I love my HBCU. SC, SU, SC, SU. Yeah. One time for education, two times for dedication. From Howard to BCU, Spelman got them fine women, that's the sojourner truth. I am so turning you. Shout out to them Greeks, they strolling at Benedict, they stomping at Voorhees. I'm proud of my school, shout out to the home team. We are open for success, we are destined to succeed. I am reppin' SC. Watch how we rejuvenate, them Q's about to set it out. Look out for that Alpha train, live from the plaza. It's the marching 101, schooling bands across the land with that Carolina funk. I'm glad I went to college, I ain't even gonna front. Shout out Morehouse, shout out Morris Brown, turn it up. I got that school spirit, I don't know about you, but I love my HBCU, SC, SU. I love my HBCU, Delaware State. I love my HBCU, Johnson C. I love my HBCU, SC, SU, SC, SU. I love my HBCU, Lincoln. I love my HBCU. I love my HBCU, SC, SU, SC, SU.
Right now, we have some brothers of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated.
What's up, DMV? What's up, DMV? Homecoming 2022, South Carolina State University. Omega Psi Phi, South Carolina State. Turning out the HBCU State.
we're going to take it away over here to our special guest.
Hey, thank you for tuning into the HBCU experience. South Carolina State Bulldogs, let's go!
Okay. That concludes our session, guys. I hope you guys were able to get something out of it. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Tiffany.
Yeah, I had to get up out my house, I had to leave, I'm gone, yeah. Had to go out on my own, I had to show I'm gone, yeah. Had to pay for all of this, I had to take a loan, but how it's homecoming made me feel I came home. So was glowing, look around, all this melanin. I'm talking Nubian to light as the Sahara sand. Yeah. If I was from Zamunda and I left the motherland, I would've went to find my queen, that spell man. Hey, well-read Morehouse men, they wearing suits. Hampton Pirates say it's true, they the real H2. This ain't Honey Boo Boo, Black Pageants is the thing. When she get that sass, we sing, she's your queen. Yeah, I spoke to Spike Lee and Samuel Jack. They say go to Black College, you won't wanna go back. They said I had the time of my life at a HBC. I love my H in front of my B, my B in front of my C. I love my HBCU. I do. I love my HBCU. I do. Financial aid, grand, why you waiting? Yeah. You ain't seen no girl for months, now she pro-based. Yeah. If you ain't Greek, better not step on them plots, cause it'll pop off if more folks stay Q-ball. Fried chicken Wednesday, better hit that kitchen. Woo. Swag surfing, locking on, we swaying and we dipping. Parties turning up indoors, and the laundry room. Homecoming cookout like a family reunion. Tuskegee football games, them like they stay poppin'. Forget the game, ain't nobody watching. Southern Grambling, Bayou classic band, stay rockin'. Dance line, grooving to the music, moving, choppin'. I spoke to Common and Taraji P. They said go to Black College and knowledge is more sweet. They said I had the time of my life at a HBC. I love my H in front of my B, my B in front of my C. I love my HBCU. I do. I love my HBCU. I do. Don't you wanna go to a place in your life where everyone around you look just like you? Stars around, shining bright, surrounded by black like you on a space flight. See, you don't need a spaceship to go to a different world. It feels like home, but this is a different world where your skin fits in and everyone is different. You don't have to fit a type, you don't have to be a token. You're not defined by preconceived notion. Love your life, drink your potion. You can be who you wanna be in this place safe from the hierarchy of race. Black folks from around the world in one location. Vacation to Winston-Salem and Prairie View, Langston, Dillard and TSU, Wiley College and VSU, Lane and Cheney and FAMU. Hey, Clark Atlanta, Talladega, Tougaloo and Alabama State, Jackson and Delaware State, North Carolina, A&T, Bethune-Cookman, learn to teach, Wilberforce plus 86 more. Me, Diddy, Oprah, we're chilling on a yacht. They say Black College helped them get the money that they got. They said I had the time of my life at a HBC. I love my H in front of my B, my B in front of my C. I love my HBCU. I do. I love my HBCU. I do. Blacker the college, the sweeter the knowledge. The blacker the college, the sweeter the knowledge. H.
Oh my gosh, I am so hyped right now. Like, I need to get on a plane and go to a homecoming. Oh my goodness, there's nothing in the world like a HBCU experience. These videos have me so hyped when Lady Vanessa was zooming on the campus and seeing everybody out there tailgating. Oh my gosh, I am so hyped. I see in the comments people from the swag. I see JSU, Prairie View. Okay. Who else do I see? I saw Clark Atlanta, Behold the Green and Gold, NSU. Who else did I see? Oh my gosh, Hampton University, Virginia State. Come on with it. Come on with it. SCSU, Jackson State. Yes, it is nothing like the HBCU experience. All right, everyone, we are getting ready to take a break. We're going to take about a 10-minute break before we come back to our next section. So go ahead, replay those HBCU songs. Wait a minute. Did somebody post where we can get those songs? Like, we if somebody can post where we can get that from. I think I saw it in one video where you could get it from iTunes or something. If somebody could post that, that would be great, because I definitely want to rock those songs out, right? So go ahead, fill up, get you some water, take a break, and come on back in 10 minutes, and we will start back up. See you soon. Welcome back for the break. I hope you all were able to stretch your legs, but you probably had your legs stretched because you were up jamming to the last HBCU experience session, because I still am, okay? Like, I'm still ready. All right, next up, excuse me, we will have a presentation. Our next session is from our senior citizens. And I'm going to give you a little bit about the speaker, the presenter for the senior citizen session. Alicia Jones is the supportive services supervisor for the Prince William Area Agency on Aging. Ms. Jones joined the agency in early 2020, but has been um, an Prince William County employee for over 10 years and has been a resident for most of her life. She double majored in marriage and family counseling and Bible while at Johnson University, receiving her bachelor's degree in 2007. She brings work experience as a former intensive home-based therapist and as a benefit specialist for long-term services and supports. She serves on several committees within the community, including the Outreach and Education Coalition, Equity Inclusion Board, and Marcus Alert Work Group. With no further ado, I bring up Alicia Jones.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, so is somebody able to show my presentation? Because I know I was having some technical difficulties. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Thank you so much. So, as Ms. Ebony said, that I am Alicia Jones with the Area Agency on Aging, and I just wanted to present my agency because I know we get so many questions about what we do and how we are helping our seniors, and I'm really excited about the ability to present to you about some of the things that we do. So, without much more information, let me just jump right into it. So, if we can go to the next slide. The Area Agency on Aging, oh, I'm sorry, if we can just go back one more. The Area Agency on Aging is divided up into four categories, or four divisions, which is the Fiscal and Administration, the Community-Based Division, and the Supportive Services and Quality and Contracts. And we fall under the direction of our two directors, which is Sarah Henry and Josh Lee as our Deputy Director. Now, even though we have so much overhead, we are actually a very small agency, one of the smallest in the county, with only slightly over 40 employees. But the fact that we are small does not diminish our great impact. Now, we are tasked with being able to reach out to all of the seniors, that's anybody 60 and above, and anybody that is 18 and has a diagnosed disability within the jurisdiction area. So even though we are small, we have a big group of people that we need to reach with resources and information. So we have a big task in front of us. So don't let our size fool you as far as what we are able to do. In this particular presentation, we are going to focus on two of our divisions, which is the Supportive Services Division and the Community-Based Division. So we can go to the next slide. What is the purpose of the Area Agency on Aging, and why are we here? That can be found by reviewing the Older Americans Act of 1965. Congress passed this legislation in response to the concerns from policymakers about a lack of community social services for older persons. The original legislation established authority for grants to states of community planning and social services, research and development projects, and personnel training in the field of aging. The law established the Administration on Aging, or the AOA, to administer the newly created grant programs and to serve the federal focal point on matters concerning older persons. So most of these services are offered through the local Area Agency on Aging. Now, if you go to different jurisdictions or different states, sometimes you might not hear the Area Agency on Aging. Some still use the name of the Administration on Aging. So the terms are still interchangeable depending on where you go. We can go to the next slide. Under the Older Americans Act, one of the criteria for eligibility is to be 60 years or older, as I said previously, or to be 18 years or older with a diagnosed disability. Every program administered has a cost associated with it. However, that cost is related to the participant by stating it as a suggested donation. If a participant is not able to pay, whether it's from inability or unwillingness, they cannot be denied services because of that. So I'll say it again. Just because somebody has the ability to pay, or if they do not want to pay, then that cannot be held against them. We still will offer the services to them. Go to the next. So let's dig right into some of the services that we do provide. For the Supportive Services Division, it consists of three main entities: Communication, Referral, Information, and Assistance, better known as CREA, the Supportive Services under the Supportive Services Division, and Adult Day Healthcare, or the ADHC. Now, CREA is what you would consider our intake team. When you call our agency, you will first encounter our trained staff who connects individuals with services provided by the county and private organizations. To get in touch with CREA, you would call the number on the screen. Now, what I like most about CREA and what I advertise best, and it's not just because I'm biased because it's one of the teams that I manage, is that when you call them, you are going to have one of 3 ladies call you within a 48-hour period. So you don't get that kind of reassurance when you call many agencies within local government. But I can tell you specifically, you are going to have either Jessica or Linda or Allison call you back within 48 hours of you calling them, and they're going to respond to your call with either a referral or information about what you called about. So you can't get that kind of guarantee pretty much any place that you call, but especially within local government. So it's pretty nice of the thing that I can boast about our team is that we do stick to those guidelines or that procedure that we have in place about calling people pretty frequently, because even though we are not an emergent agency, we do have a duty to report, and we do have information that people call us about that can go to an emergent agency. So if we do get information from someone that does have to be reported up to an agency such as Adult Protective Services, we don't need a message or a call just sitting for days on end, or we don't want somebody calling and saying they have a food insecurity, or that they are worried about homelessness, or that they've went to go see their mom and um, they don't know where their next meal is going to come from, and or that they've been wandering and they don't know how to keep them from getting out of the house because they see the early stages of dementia, or any of those major concerns that we see as our loved ones are getting older, and you're calling our agency and you don't know when you're going to get a call back. That's not one of the things that you're going to experience. So that's one of the things that I like to boast about is that we will get back to you as soon as we can. And it's going to be within that 48-hour period. For our CREA programs, here's some of the referrals that we most often give out. Options counseling, personal care, Medicare counseling / ombudsman, transportation, our care registry, and community referrals. Now, when we're speaking with a member of CREA, they are going to obtain specific information and ensure that the information and referrals that they give you will most accurately fit your needs. Of the programs that CREA will refer to, here's a brief description of them. So as far as options counseling, this is the method or process in which staff helps adults in making decisions based on their preferences, strengths, values, and individual circumstances. Staff will work with the family members and identified client to assess and evaluate supportive efforts for the client, and if applicable, their caregiver, by taking into account factors such as age, income, health, and disabilities to determine the best available options. Now, personal care is when we provide personal assistance, standby assistance, supervision, or cues for persons with the inability to perform one or more of the following activities of daily living. And this includes eating, dressing, bathing, toileting, grooming, transferring in and out of bed, or walking. And this is performed by our contract agency, and it's up to 12 hours per week. So we have supportive services who will go into the house and do an assessment, and based on that assessment, then we'll give that to our contract agency, and they will have an aide come into your house to perform those activities for the person. Our Medicare counseling / ombudsman, this individual offers advocacy and assistance to uphold the residents' rights in nursing homes and assisted living facilities. The ombudsman also assists in understanding Medicare. Now, this person, this is Rosemary Walker. She is trained in every aspect of understanding Medicare. And if there's anybody on this call, please call our number that was listed on that first slide. If you have any questions about Medicare, because like I said, she's been doing it for 14 years. So she is just well versed in knowing everything about the ins and outs of Medicare, and open enrollment is coming up. So if you have even the slightest question in your mind about it, do not hesitate to reach out to us, and we will connect you with her. For transportation, We have a list of transportation services available in our agency, including directions on how to take advantage of senior discount opportunities. And our care registry, this is a list of self-employed individuals available for hire, offering in-home care, light housekeeping, meal preparation, and companion care. Individuals who file with the care registry, they remain independent contractors and are not employees of Prince William Area Agency on Aging in Prince William County, but you can actually negotiate the fee that you would actually want to pay these people. But we make sure that they do background checks and that they are RNs and things of that nature. And our community referrals, what if you need assistance like paying your utility bill, or you need to know who to speak to inquire about having a ramp built outside of your house or things of that sort? CREA will also refer to different community partners to get you in touch with the right people in order to have things like that taken care of. So our CREA program referrals continued. Then here at the first, this first picture actually shows some of our vetted websites that we actually go to. Virginia Navigator is the main hub, I guess you could say, is the one that we actually use, but it also has these subsets that we go to. So we use Disability Navigator, Senior Navigator, and Veterans Navigator, and all of the referrals that are listed under here have been vetted, and they are ones that we use most often for not only their applicability to our specified clientele, but they ensure that the information that is listed on there is for that specific group of people. So if they are listed on the Disability Navigator website and it's listed by area, it's listed by specific disability. So if you're looking for somebody in the Deal City area that deals with somebody who has a loss of eyesight, then it's going to be a service that is vetted to specifically meet that criteria. So that's why we utilize that service a lot. Any that fall under the Virginia Navigator heading. We also use 211, which I'm sure a lot of people have heard of. 988 is pretty new, but I hope more and more people are hearing about it. Of course, that's one of the things that came about from the Marcus Alert, but it also has replaced the suicide hotline to be a very specific and easier number to use. So you can use that in lieu of the suicide hotline number. There is also the elder care locator number that you can use as well. We use a retirement living source book that is also it's an online referral system, and we can also send it out to some of our seniors to their actual address. And we use Senior Link. Senior Link is one of our best and most utilized, or I should say most utilized, but underutilized as far as people knowing about it resources. It is a wonderful tool that anybody can use, and it's this group of volunteers that just have like a heart for our seniors. Senior Link is a telephonic reassurance line that you can use for any purpose. If you know somebody who has trouble understanding or remembering when they need to take their medication, and they just need somebody to call them at 12 o'clock on each day so that they can take their medication, Senior Link will set that up. If you need somebody to call someone every other day because they're dealing with isolation and they just have nobody to regularly check up on them, Senior Link will have a volunteer call them and just say, hey, you know what? I just was thinking of you. I just wanted to call you and see how you're doing. Senior Link will do that. we had one member who she was a caretaker of her mom. Her mom was in her 90s and she was in her 70s, but she was not doing well herself. And she said, if something happens to me, I'm the only one who will check on my mom. No one is going to check on me. So if you guys could call me once a week, if I do not pick up, that means something happened to me. Can you immediately then call the police to do a well check on my mom? Because then that means that she's not doing well, because then there's nobody here to check on her. Senior Link made sure that that was in place. So it's this wonderful system that can be used for just about anything. So we offer Senior Link for, especially for those who are dealing with just not having anybody in place, as far as like any family or friends that are dealing with isolation, but just need that reassurance for anything. So Senior Link is one of our just little gems that we definitely want to drop in there for anybody that, you know, if you are thinking of somebody that just doesn't remember things, or that you could think of that, you know what, my neighbor might benefit from having a call every couple of days, reach out to us and we can definitely connect you with them as well. So for our supportive services, we aim to assist older adults and adults with disabilities in aging in place across the lifespan in their community of choice. The focus is consumer-directed assistance to identify needs, initiate service plans, make referrals, arrange and coordinate services using such tools as assessments and options counseling, and staff is able to help the clients to achieve their goals. Now, the main thing that we do want to focus on is with supportive services and with a lot of our programs, we do not seek to change anybody's mind as much as possible. A client may call in to us and say that one of their things might be, they might say, you know, there's a lot of things that are going on, and they might give us a whole list. I don't know where my next meal is coming from. It's very hot in my house. I cannot reach my air conditioner to turn it on because there's just junk piled up in front of it. And I cannot get a hold of anybody in my family member. I've isolated myself from all of them. But what I would really like is if I could just be able to get transportation to my doctor's appointment. Of course, in our minds are automatically spinning on how we can fix every issue. However, what we must do is take the client's needs into consideration first, because if we do not have them on board, then they are not going to follow anything that we put in place. Now, we are going to take the emergent things first, because if they say, I do not know where my next meal is going to come from, that's an immediate APS thing. So no matter what, those immediate APS things are going to come first. But if they are saying other things and they're saying, you know what, I don't care about the hoarding issue and things of that sort, and if it's not a danger to them, then that's not something that we might not be able to address. But if we need to follow some of the other goals that they have, we cannot put our own goals in front of what else they have, because they will not follow anything else. So with options counseling, that is our biggest thing, is making sure that whatever their goals are, is that we align what our process is with theirs, and not make our goals their own goals outside of their own personal safety. So that's why we make sure that options counseling is a part of our assessments as well. And as I said, with options counseling is a process in which we do that, because we bring in the client and all of their family members to make sure that their preferences, strengths, and values are considered. Because without that, then we're not going to get anywhere in the process, because they're not going to feel like they are being heard at all. Some of our other One of our other biggest programs for support services is the Veterans Directed Home and Community Based Services Program, which is a service for our veterans of any age who are determined and referred by the Veterans Health Administration to be at risk of institutional placement and desire self-directed care. In other words, the program is designed to allow veterans who are potential candidates for nursing home placement to receive that level of care in their homes. And another one of our other big programs is Care Transitions Program, which is designed to help reduce avoidable readmissions by empowering individuals to manage their own health care. A Care Transitions coach will work to transfer skills as far as over a 30-day period of interaction with the client from the hospital all the way through the home. So they will meet with them at the hospital, introduce the program, meet them at their home, see what was the reasoning for them going into the hospital, and try and reduce the reasoning, whether it was not meeting with their doctor regularly, not taking their medications on time, or whatever the case was, and work around that for the next 30 days. These two programs in particular are not programs that a person can refer. They have to be referred either through the VA or through United Healthcare as far as the Care Transitions Program. So as great as they are, and as we would like to help as many people as we do, then it is designed for those referrals to come from those particular agencies. Now, our community-based division, we do have the virtual senior centers, which is something that's fairly new. In addition to our physical senior centers, we do have a senior center in Woodbridge and one in Manassas. But our virtual senior centers has come up just over the summer, which is a joint effort by the Area Agency on Aging in Northern Virginia to bring programming to older adults virtually. Those who log on can view live or pre-recorded information and in regards to health, fitness, fine arts, and even animal cameras and museum and historic site tours. And the best part is that it's free and anybody can join from anywhere. And so we can send out this presentation, and the website is located in the very small print. I'm sorry if you can't see it easily though. For the community-based services division, so here's the information about our Manassas and Woodbridge senior centers. So when you go to either of the senior centers, then you can enjoy the congregate meals. If you aren't able to make it to the senior centers, then we also offer home-delivered meals. There is recreation, socialization, and education at the senior centers. We do offer for our Manassas Senior Center a bus route for a small fee. And the newsletter for both of our senior centers to tell about all of the different programming is available on our website at the address listed. In our senior housing options, I know this is very small, but like I said, the presentation will be sent out. And so if we could go back to the senior housing options. It should say senior housing options at the top. There we go. Perfect. We offer this list. So the next 3 slides are all one list. The senior housing options that we send out they cover the independent living, apartments and single family housing, continuing care retirement community, assisted living, and nursing and rehabilitation. And so once this is sent out, then you can see all of the options in the Prince William area. Now, this is the only list that is actually 55 and up. This is actually generated from our GIS department. So that's the reason that it is not the 60 and up, and it is the 55 and up instead. And it's also Prince William County. Whereas our area, as far as Prince William Area Agency on Aging, we cover more than just Prince William County. We cover Prince William, Manassas, and Manassas City. So if you actually call our agency, we can actually give you a little bit more housing options. So the map will tell you specifically. If we go to the next slide, it will show you where each of these housing options is in the Prince William area. And then on the next slide, it will give you the addresses and phone numbers to where you can actually call these different facilities. And then on the next slide, we are mandated reporters, as I stated before. So here's the number for the National Adult Protective Services Hotline. So anytime that we receive a report of any adult suspected abuse or anything, then we are required to report that. And if it's, like I said, if it's any suspected, then we will definitely send that out and report that to them. And in conclusion, the Prince William Area Agency on Aging has a plethora of information and community resources to share with our senior population. Whether you are calling for yourself or a family friend or a family member, we are here to help. And if there's any questions or anything, feel free to let me know.
Thank you so much. This was a great presentation, a very awesome presentation. And actually, I was able to take notes on some resources that I could probably use with my loved one, right? Especially with the senior link. I didn't know that was available that you could make that call to do a check-in. If I don't hear from her, she doesn't answer the phone. One of the questions that you got during the presentation was, how do we reach the care registry?
Oh, absolutely. So I'm going to give you our agency email address, which is AAA, or Area Agency on Aging, at pwcgov.org. And then just ask for a copy of the care registry, and we'll send that out to you.
Okay, can you say that one more time? I'm gonna see if we can get it up in the chat on the presentation.
Absolutely. So Area Agency on Aging.
Okay.
At PWC.
AAA. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Spell it out. Area. I apologize. I should have said that the right way. So Area Agency on Aging at PWC. GOV.
Aging at PWC.
GOV.org.
Okay.
And then just ask for a copy of the care registry, and we'll send that over. And we actually have it divvied up by the Woodbridge side or the Manassas side, and we will send both of them.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm so sorry. If you could spell out AAA.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah. Perfect.
Lady Mo. Thank you so much. You received everybody's sending comments about it now, making sure you send it out. One of our senior or citizens shares. I'm trying to see. I saw her message. I wanted to share with you. She says, "We love our senior citizens. We are our senior citizens. Our senior citizens are us. Love on our senior citizens as we all know a senior citizen."
Absolutely. From the moment that we're born, then we are aging. So it's never too early to start caring for ourselves and making sure that we're doing everything that we can to care for those around us.
Right.
I mean, that's exactly how I view it. I'm 37 and just starting to look at the things that I can do to put in place for my parents and myself. Sometimes it's a convoluted process to look at nursing facilities and I don't want to look at that for them, but it's like sometimes you get to the point where that's the only option. As far as like sometimes for their care, or you look at some of the wandering things. There was something that I even just learned about with the police. They have a senior safe program. I just learned about this yesterday. They have senior safe, and they have it's Project Lifesaver. Senior safe is basically what took over for Life Alert, which is, I've fallen in, I can't get up.
I remember
Um,
that.
yeah, within 40, no, it's 72 hours of you filling out an application, and it's free. Um, if you go onto the Prince William County Police Department website, then they will come into the home, place a receiver, and you put in three numbers that you want for it to call. Because what they were seeing is with Life Alert, seniors were scared to have the police be the first person to be called, because they thought, oh no, if the police are called, they're going to see I can't take care of myself. I'm going to be sent somewhere institutionalized, because they'll feel like I can't be trusted alone. So they weren't using Life Alert. So
Right.
now you have these other three numbers, and it can be a family friend, it can be your, a family member, and then the police can be the last person. And they suggest it that way because if the first two people don't pick up, because if it goes to a voicemail, it's just going to roll to the next person. Um, and they don't want it to just keep rolling while you're sitting there unable to get up. But they wanted to take that fear out of it, but also they wanted to still be able to help people and to still be able to tell them, no, you're going to be helped. We're not going to take you out of your home or anything. And it's not just for seniors. It's one lady just needed to go back to work, and her husband was in crutches, and she was just still worried about him, for the next 6 weeks that he still had to be on crutches. Once it was over, they gave the equipment back to the police when it was done. So it's not just something for seniors, but it's geared towards seniors. Project Lifesaver is for, again, geared towards seniors, but it's not just for them. It's for our members of our autistic community. I have a 7-year-old who is on the autism spectrum, and I worry about him all the time because there's not a lot of things that are available for them. So they put a receiver on, and whether it's a necklace or a bracelet, and they make them think that it's a trinket, so they can't hear the beep going when they go outside of their radius. But they have drones because they got a huge grant so that they can get to them faster, and they can get to areas that they might not be able to mobilize. And it's not just police, it's other people who are trained to approach them appropriately and cautiously, because they might be scared, they might be anxious, they might be frightened. So it's and but they're tracking them, and it's an international program. So if you go to Italy, you can give them their tracking number, and they're going to know it by the same program name, and they're going to be able to still track their number. And again, it's free, so you don't have to worry about every time I call them, it's going to be this exorbitant fee of mobilizing these people, of trying to find my loved one. So that we're always learning about these new programs that are coming up for, again, geared towards seniors, but not necessarily strictly for seniors, but that people are still like keeping seniors in the forefront, which is amazing, because so many times you hear about the abuse and the neglect of them, and it's sad and it's disgusting. And so it's great when you hear that they aren't being treated that way. So I'm sorry, I'm cutting into somebody else's time.
Listen, thank you, Alicia. You provided such valuable information that I know people are listening, and I see the comments. They're so excited because there's a lot of information we didn't know about.
Yes.
So thank you so much. I want to say thank you also to Lady Hazel Bailey, who is our chapter senior citizens chair as well. Um,
Yes.
yes, we look forward to working with you more. That was great information. Thank you. Um, so now we're going to move on to our next session. Our next session speaker will be Miss Synovia Moss, and we're going to talk about Good Health Wins, which is with the NCNW. Give you a brief overview of Miss Synovia Moss. She is the CEO and managing partner of Moss Consulting and Management Group Incorporated, which specializes in designing and leading large-scale community engagement initiatives to address social detriments of health with communities of color. She brings over 2 decades of expertise in marketing, strategic planning, program management, relationship building, and grassroots advocacy for organizations of all sizes and sectors. She is currently the project manager for the Good Health Women's Immunization Network, which is Good Health Wins. For the National Council of Negro Women Incorporated, with a reach to over 4.5 million in the African American community. Did you hear that? With a reach of over 4.5 million in the African American community. Good Health Wins partners with NCNW's 32 national affiliate organizations, including the Black Greek letter organizations, to increase vaccination coverage across different racial and ethnic adult populations. Most recently, Synovia served as a global strategic advisor for the Brain Matters Early Learning Global Network, launched in 27 countries across 4 continents. Her love of neuroscience, community engagement, and program management led her to become the first program director for the Child Advancement Network and Vroom, Wisconsin initiative at the Clinical and Translational Science Institute at the Medical College of Wisconsin. All right, Miss Synovia.
That's
Oh my goodness. Guided by the tenets of faith, family, and community, Synovia continues to advocate for women and children's issue and health equity at the local, statewide, and national and international. We got to say that too, right? International levels. She is a member of the City of Milwaukee Mayor's Task Force on Early Care Board of Directors for the Pastors United. Thank you, Ms. Synovia, for being here, and I turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. And what a great opportunity to talk about the wonderful work of 2 great organizations, Top Ladies of Distinction and the National Council of Negro Women. As you pull up the slide, I just want to say, as a member of Top Ladies of Distinction, what a great opportunity to be able to partner together in the work that we continue to do for our families and friends across the country. For the last 2 years, we have been immersed in this pandemic. Next slide. We've been immersed in this pandemic, and we are just delighted at the National Council of Negro Women that we've had the opportunity to help with the response to the pandemic in this work that we call Good Health Wins. But not only the National Council of Negro Women, but all of the other groups and organizations. When we started this pandemic, we were 14 percentage points behind whites in getting vaccinated against COVID. We now, through our work together, have gotten that number down to less than 5%. So it's because of organizations like Top Ladies of Distinction and NCNW. If you're not familiar with NCNW, we are based out of Washington, D.C., founded by our beloved founder, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. And we are very, very committed to responding to the social and the needs of women, children, and people of African descent. Our goal and our mission is to inform, empower, to educate, and to advocate. So we are very, very committed to the work of NCNW. We are now 87 years old, and we just really want to make sure that you all understand that we are an organization of organizations. So by design, we are a coalition ready to respond to the needs of our communities as we do within these 2 great organizations. Next slide. So the CDC came to us at the beginning of the pandemic in looking at how could we get to trusted messengers. And so NCNW was selected with other national organizations to really be able to look at how do we look at making sure that people of color have access, people of color have information, people of color have education, and that we can help the CDC to better understand the drivers of vaccine hesitancy. And so that's how Good Health Wins was born, out of this necessity for us to first respond to the pandemic. But the way we positioned our work is that we just didn't want to respond to COVID. We wanted our community to understand the importance of communities' immunizations across the lifespan. So we positioned our response to COVID, flu, routine vaccines, and understanding that vaccines are an important part of good health overall. Next slide. So we set up this grant so that we could utilize the strength and the power of these community-based organizations. When you think about it, whether it be part of the sections of NCNW, we have 300 across the country, we have state organizations, we have national affiliate organizations such as Top Ladies of Distinctions, the Links,
You think about the Black Nurses Association. So if you go out on our website, ncnw.org, you can see all of these groups and organizations that fall under the umbrella of NCNW. So we are trusted community voices, and we are really focused on making sure that our communities have real accurate information, so that they can people can make the decisions for themselves around the COVID vaccine, around the importance of getting flu shots, making sure that our children are immunized. So we take all of these trusted messengers, we give accurate information, whether it be from the CDC, our subject matter expert partners, the Vaccinate Your Family, or the work that we do with hospitals and pharmacies all across the country. And so then we have all of this work that's being done around these vaccination opportunities through partnerships and collaborations. At NCNW and with Good Health Wins, we always say we're better together. And so we take all of this work so that we can help increase vaccine confidence. Next slide. And so, what have we put together? We are now the largest African American network of trusted messengers with a reach of 4.5 million. We took our NCNW side, which is 2 million that we have in our reach at NCNW and with our national affiliates. And then the CDC came back to us and said, can you work with the Divine Nine? And we're like, absolutely, because 4 of the sororities are already a part of NCNW. And so we took that amazing network of the Divine Nine, our Black Greek letter organizations, and they have 2.5 million. So together we are now the largest response. We are not just responding to COVID, we are creating trusted messengers who can be advocates around all kinds of things. So when we get through the pandemic and when we talk about the importance of flu, we want to start talking about what can this network do, providing infrastructure and information around diabetes, hypertension, and all of these other ailments that disproportionately affect communities of color. So that's why we're very, very, very excited about the work that we're doing with Good Health Wins. Next slide. And so what we did, we pulled together opportunities that month by month, all of these trusted messengers, that we stay connected, we stay informed. And so we put together every month activities that we can do as individual groups, but things that we can do collectively, because the goal is collective impact. Next slide. You'll see that during the months of October, November, December, look, we are just now starting flu season. And so I really wanted to just take a little time also to talk about the importance of flu, and the things that encouraging everybody to get their flu shot. So that's some of the work, that the way that we've outlined the exciting things that are happening with Good Health Wins. And every first and third Thursday, you all are encouraged to join us on our community of practice, where we pull together our trusted message network and we talk about important things important to the communities of color. Next slide, please. And so there's been some amazing work that's been happening all across the country, especially with our Top Lady chapters, and in various states as well. And so every organization, we have 30 national organizations that each has a national project manager, and we go out throughout the country. We have the community of practice sessions. We have resources and toolkits at goodhealthwins.org. That's goodhealthwins.org, to show you your organizations, to show your chapters and your family members ways that you can get involved and get wonderful, accurate information. Next slide, please. And so there's been some great work happening. We've seen in TLOD chapters and Good Health Wins chapters, they've been volunteering at vaccination clinics and testing sites. We've been distributing PPE to schools, housing projects, to local events. We've been hosting national town hall meetings and health events just like this event today, community meetings on COVID and myths, on talking about vaccine hesitancy and flu-related topics. We have been adding Good Health Wins to literature that we've been distributing all across the country. You may have seen our Get the Facts Booster Truth fans that we've been distributing that share information. So there's all kinds of things that you can do. And this information is for everybody in the community. So whether you're a parent and you want information about what are the childhood vaccines that children should have, whether it is working that we've been doing with our top teens and hosting a teen talk events on COVID and mental health and getting into classrooms, into organizations, making sure that our students have the supports that they need, whether it's working with seniors and understanding the importance of getting the shingle shot or the flu shot that we want seniors to have. This is all about the work that we've been able to do together. Again, getting that percentage down from 14% to less than 5. It's all of the work that we're all doing together. We've done, next slide, we've done some incredible things when we launched this campaign, Good Health Wins. We provided Uber rides to vaccines. We've worked with the WNBA Players Association, encouraging the messaging around get the shot. We've distributed thousands and thousands of these free buttons, whether I got my COVID-19 vaccine as well as flu. And we've been doing this work in both English and Spanish. So we've been working with all kinds of communities to make sure that we can get this information out and we can help save ourselves. Next slide. So we wanted to talk about, we think about all of this great work that we're doing. Thank you to all of our chapters and TLOD who are doing something to make sure that we can create the space and the grace as trusted messengers to get this information out to our community. Next slide. So just wanted to share with you all a couple of some very important reminders around flu because we're in the middle of flu season. First and foremost, you definitely want to protect yourself. And if you have not had the opportunity to make sure you get that COVID vaccine, you get your boosted, and that you also have an opportunity to get the flu shot. Because guess what? Everybody is at risk of flu. Did you hear me? Everybody, babies, children, teenagers, adults, seniors, everybody is at the risk of flu. And flu season starts now in October. It peaks in December, and it generally can go as late as May. And so we really want to make sure that flu is one of those diseases. This is a disease that we can make sure that we may not be able to stop it, but we definitely can protect yourselves from hospitalization. And as we know, that people absolutely do die of flu. So we want to make sure that you all have the opportunity to get this message out to everyone, because aside from COVID-19, flu is the deadliest vaccine preventable disease in the US. Okay, did you hear me? Flu is the deadliest vaccine preventable disease in the US after COVID. So we have ample reason to make sure that we can protect ourselves as much as possible. The flu vaccines, they are available for beginning at 6 months throughout the entire lifespan. And there is a new preferential flu vaccine that's recommended for people age 65 and plus. So you definitely want to get that super vaccine to make sure that you're protected. I also, in the slide deck that you're going to receive, we wanted to provide information that you can know that there are locations where you can get your flu shots for free as well as your COVID. A lot of this information has been provided through one of our partners, Vaccinate Your Family. And I wanted to make sure that you all had the resources that were available for you if you want to go dig a little bit deeper for yourself. Of course, we have our partnership with the CDC. We provided that link for them. If you want more information about NCNW and our Good Health Wins, you can go to goodhealthwins.org. And our subject matter experts, Vaccinate Your Family, they have a whole host of information available for them, for yourselves as well. Next slide. So I know that we've covered a lot of information within the Good Health Wins initiative, but we really want to make sure that you know that with TLOD, you have a national project person. Next slide, please. So your contact is Lady Melba Ford, and she is available to answer any questions that you may have regarding the partnership between TLOD and the National Council of Negro Women. And of course, the last slide, myself and our Good Health Wins team, if you want information about that as well, be happy to share and get information to you all as well. I can't thank you all enough for taking the time. You know that with TLOD, health is an initiative that we were doing prior to COVID. It'll be something that we're doing after COVID. We really want to make sure that we're able to provide good information, serve as trusted messengers in our community, that we're able to stay connected. You know, this is something that we've learned through COVID, the power of us being together. So we really want to make sure that we all have the information, that we are an army of health champions. This is not just, you know, we're wearing our pink, not just for TLOD, for breast cancer awareness, that all of this work is interconnected, but the power begins with us. And so we really want to say we're better together, and that when we do this work, good health will win. Thank you. So I wanted to see if there are any questions that you all may have, because this is just a great opportunity for us to talk about how we are getting through COVID, how we are dealing with flu, but the importance of vaccines across the lifespan.
Thank you so much, Lady Synovia. I didn't say Lady Synovia earlier. Thank you so much. I'm checking here. I don't see any questions. Any questions? I know it was posted to make sure to go to ncnw.org to view the organizations that fall under the umbrella of NCNW. But I didn't see any questions. But you know what's interesting is I was thinking when you were talking about, you know how when it's time to vote, we rally up the troops to offer rides for our seniors to get them out to vote, and for other initiatives to make sure that they get to their appointments. What I thought about when you talked about the Uber rides to get out for vaccination, you remember Uber wasn't here that too long ago, right? And now instead of everybody doing the rides themselves, we can donate or send Ubers to get people out to get their vaccinations, to go out to vote, to help get them, get our seniors or people who don't have a way to get to where they need to be. So that's a thought that came to mind when you were showing your slide about the free Uber rides.
Well, I can tell you that we have some wonderful opportunities that we see the projects happening across the country. And as our groups are automatically and organically in communities across the country doing social determinants of health. So you'll see vaccine, veggies, and voting, or you'll see them doing work in housing projects, or you will see people providing transportation and access. You know, our goal through Good Health Wins is to make sure that we help understand what the drivers to vaccine hesitancy are. You know, we know our history. So we can't be afraid of our history, because we know that, there is absolutely mistrust. But we also know that we absolutely have an opportunity to have our community healthier, and vaccines save lives, and they are preventable diseases. And so, we want to make sure that, we don't see, an outbreak of measles, which is a preventable disease, or the way that you hear about polio, the resurgence of that, or monkeypox. So there are all these other diseases, but we want to stay ahead of that in the way that we've built this infrastructure, and the way that we have continued to work together to share this credible information.
Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
Before we go, I know there's a video. So let's cue the video.
Millions of Americans still become seriously ill because of the flu. Tens of thousands of people with whom we are related to, work alongside, or go to school with can lose their lives because of not being properly vaccinated against influenza. I'm Sharon J. Beard, National President and CEO of Top Ladies of Distinction Incorporated, and I really want you to take this seriously. If you have not gotten your flu shot for this upcoming season, I'm asking you to go out and get it now. Take your family, take your best friend, get vaccinated, save lives, yours and those you love.
Thank you again, Lady Synovia. We greatly appreciate that presentation and that information. Next up, we are going to have a giveaway. It's time for a giveaway. It's time to win, win, win. All right. With that being said, you know what I'm going to say. If you've been here, you know exactly what I'm going to say. In the chat box right now, I need you to put hashtag DC PWC. Is it DC PWC or is it TLOD? Oh my gosh, I forgot what the hashtag is, guys. So put put the hashtag DC PWC Expo 2022. No, Expo 22 in the there we go. DC PWC Expo 22 in the comment box. Thank you so much. So that you can be entered for a drawing. Hashtag DC PWC Expo 22 in the chat box on Facebook, YouTube. I want to see it scroll through. I'm starting to see them scroll through. Keep it coming. I think some of them were putting it in there for me because I was messing up the hashtag. But put them in it, put them in the scroll, put them in the box, guys, in the chat box, so that you will be able to enter for a chance to win $50 from Amazon.com. I'm giving you a couple of extra seconds because I know 100%, or I'm going to say almost 100% of you are going to want a chance to win an Amazon gift card. Who could not use an Amazon gift card, right? I could use an Amazon. Can I put my name in the chat box? I can. Let me see. I'm gonna go over to Facebook and stick my name in there. All right. Hashtag DCPWC Expo 22. Are you ready? Ready? Hit the draw button. Let's see who's going to win it. This is the last one. And Lady Lynn Mason, you are the winner. Come on now, Lady Lynn. You are the winner of the $50 Amazon gift card. I will be texting you my address so you can send me my gift. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please send an email to TLOD DCPWC Expo. It should be on the screen here at gmail.com to claim your prize. And again, Lady Lynn, I'm gonna text you my address just so you know. Oh my gosh, that was a good one, and that was the last one. So we're down, excuse me, to our final session for today. This will be a session that is sponsored by our community partnership. And I will introduce our speaker, who will be Dr. Lois Wilson. Now, who is a general dentist and owner of Wilson Dental of McLean. Okay, let me tell you about Dr. Wilson. I have some good things to say about Dr. Wilson here. Before relocating to McLean, Dr. Wilson practiced in Lake Ridge, Virginia. And she was actually practicing dentist while on active duty, and is a proud veteran and is the newly installed commander of American Legion Post 270 in McLean. Okay, now, Dr. Wilson. She has been a dentist for many years and still finds it to be her passion and calling to serve on the community everywhere. And listen, wait till I tell you what she means by everywhere. Dr. Wilson has taken an exhaustive amount of continuing education and continues to bring new technologies to her practice while respecting the strong foundation she received at the University of Maryland School of Dentistry. She practices all phases of general dentistry, enjoys providing comprehensive care for all patients to help them have healthy teeth, gums, and bodies for a lifetime. And she's going to talk to you about that, okay? Transforming lives and smiles is most rewarding, okay? And just a tidbit, when I was younger, from having poor dental health, I got really sick, lost a lot of weight, went to the doctor, and when the pediatrician looked at my mouth, she told my mom to send me straight to the dentist, and they were able to help me and give me antibiotics to help fight off what was going on to basically save my life. So that is so I know she's going to talk to you about something to relate to dental and bodies. Dr. Wilson is also has co-founded the Michelo project, that has been providing training for teachers that were thrust into the realm of special education with no prior training. They also provided limited dental care for the special needs children of the Kingdom of Eswatini in Southern Africa. I told you. The project has grown and is now building its own school for children with learning disabilities and a dental clinic for the students and surrounding community. There will now be continuity of care and instruction. Aspire African Communities is a 501c3 formed to build the school, Ka Tandi, and welcomes your support. Dr. Wilson, we welcome you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It is a true pleasure to be here. And I am just delighted for everyone that has been on today and those that are still on today. And I know it's been an impactful and informative, full lineup of presenters. So I'm hoping we can end the afternoon on a good note and impart some new information. So the working topic here is dental hygiene, your gateway to health. It is the thing that really does connect all of the dots, as you'll see. And I'm gonna ask a question. So next on our next slide, this is a should seem like an obvious question, but what one doctor can help you prevent, manage, or identify each of these? Now, the one doctor, heart disease, well, we know we're the cardiologist for that, diabetes, cancer, COPD, that's chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, Alzheimer's disease, kidney disease, pneumonia, sepsis, stroke, sleep apnea, erectile dysfunction, and low birth weight babies. Now, what do you suppose that one doctor is? And feel free along the way to put things in the comments section if you want. And I will have questions at the end because we're gonna dive a little bit more into this as we go. But let's look at the answer. The next slide. Of course, it's your dentist with a little help from your toothbrush and your floss. And believe it or not, you can make an impact on all of those by working together as teamwork. And that's where dental hygiene comes in. So let's look at the next slide. I really want you to understand, and my real message here is that oral health is not something that just happens to some random part of your body. It doesn't just happen to your pinky or your finger. It is actually health. Oral health is health. It's the same conversation, all linked together. So let's take a look. So I mentioned that when I came to Virginia, I actually had a practice in Lake Ridge, and one of my patients down there, she was a young lady, she was in school, and I'm asking her, why are your gums bleeding? You're here for your exam and you're cleaning, and they're just unusually, bleeding a lot for such a young person. So, I did my work with her, and her mother was there, and I said, well, let's see what we can do to have her improve her brushing and her flossing, and I'm showing her how to do all of that. And I said, we'll come back in 2 weeks and let's see. We should see some improvement. And when she came back, there really wasn't any improvement at all. And I said, okay, there is something going on here that should have changed. And so sent her to the pediatrician. And lo and behold, she was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes at a young age. And that's when you really get to see that connection that those that they were trying to tell us something, and so are we paying attention? Are we listening to our bodies when it's trying to tell us something? So I have another patient. Can you show us the next slide, please? Next slide. That Have you ever heard that? Has anyone ever recorded you and said that? Or do you sleep alone and you would know if you sound like that? Has your spouse said, you know what, I think you need to sleep over in the other room because I can't sleep. You're making way too much noise. Or have you noticed that my shirt collars aren't fitting, or especially for men, it's like, they're trying to button up that shirt and that last button, they can't quite do it anymore. It's getting super tight. Or do you know someone who tends to fall asleep during the day, or they fall asleep when they're driving, and you go, what's wrong with you? You slept last night. Well, chances are maybe they didn't sleep so well. Maybe they sounded like that video, if you heard that video. So I'm talking about, I have a patient and he came in, his name is McCool. He came in for a new patient exam and I'm looking at him and I was like, okay, it looks like you grind your teeth and, we're going to bring you back. We're going to do a cleaning and you need a filling or whatever. Come back and then we'll start work. So at his next visit, and I also recommended that he get a night guard because of the grinding. And but when he comes back to get some of his dental work done, I hear what you heard on that video, and he's in my chair. All I did was tilt him back, went to do a little bit of work, and I look down and I see his whole, like his abdomen and his chest is like shaking, and it just like I've never seen that before. And I'm like, wait a minute, wake up, like, and he'd be okay. Then he would lay back down and it would start all over again. And he would jerk and he would catch himself, or I would wake him up because actually was scaring me. And I thought, okay, this is not good. I said, you need to go right away and get a sleep study. And I had to call around. And believe it or not, it is very hard to get in to get a sleep study done. And we looked and looked and looked, and we finally found a place that could get him in to get the sleep study done. And they came back and said he had severe sleep apnea, and they got him started right away on a CPAP machine, if you're familiar with those, that introduce oxygen while you're sleeping. And the incidence of that is so high that it was something that he felt that we saved his life. And I actually felt too, because he did sleep alone. He was a single young man. He didn't know he sounded like that. He didn't know he wasn't breathing in his sleep. And he said, now I'm sleeping through the night. I have more energy. I'm motivated. I get out and I go walk. And I found a great doctor to work with him to also help motivate him to take care of himself. And even his coworkers who had referred him to me said they noticed the difference in his behavior and his attitude. And so I'm hopeful that maybe he won't be single for very long, because now he's feeling definitely more energetic and being more engaged with what's going on. And sleep apnea touches so many things in such a variety of ways, of different diseases and different things. And I'm going to show you a statistics. We'll get to that in a bit. But it is something that we were able to pick up because of what was going on and what we saw during his time with us. And so we modified the sleep appliance. If you don't, there is a connection between people that grind their teeth and people that have sleep apnea. And so some people will say, and this we discovered, that they'll say, okay, I'm wearing the guard, the night guard that you had me wear, but I wake up and it's across the room. I woke up in the middle of the night and I took it out, and they don't understand why they did that. Well, it turns out that they did that because they were having trouble breathing because of their sleep apnea. So their, protective reflex was to take out the guard. And it has to do with how the night guard gets adjusted. So it's important that you actually do talk to your doctor about this if you have one made, that it's fitted properly, that it's adjusted in the right way, and that there's not some underlying cause. And so that's why we're glad that we had him get his sleep study done. So now we know that we can put in the proper type of night guard that can still help him with his grinding and not cause that snoring that you heard, or his sleep apnea to be worse. So that is important that you do communicate that to your dentist. So next slide. So I had another patient, Mr. P. He came to me and he said, I notice sometimes, when I brush or floss, I see a little blood coming out, or there's a bad taste in my mouth. And sometimes they'll even say, I have a loose tooth. And some people notice that their teeth have shifted. Now, he didn't have all of those, but I put all of those symptoms there because a lot of people do tend to say these things, one or some or all of those. Or you may know someone who you think, you know what, I think something's going on. It's important that you get it checked out. And the connection here, the we're talking about periodontal disease. He had an aggressive case of periodontal disease or gum disease. And sometimes people don't even realize they have gum disease. They may hear that the dentist told them to, oh, you need a deep cleaning. And then that's all they hear. They don't hear the story behind that. They don't hear what caused that, and then how to best manage and treat it. They think it's something that, oh, they did that deep cleaning and now I'm good. It's like, well, no, that's not the nature of periodontal disease. Periodontal disease is more like the nature of diabetes. It's not something that you just take pills for 10 days and then it's gone. So we did actually a salivary diagnostic test where we take saliva samples, we have them rinse and spit into a tube that goes off to the lab. And the laboratory report that came back showed us the very types of bacteria. And they tested for, I think they come up with him like 11 different types. And some were very high, some medium level, and some low level. But we all have a variety of bacteria that live in our mouth. That's not unusual. It's the numbers of those bacteria and the certain ones that are more problematic. And so the ones he had were linked to heart disease, were linked to hypertension, and lo and behold, yes, on his medical history, heart disease, hypertension, diabetes. So the connection there is, again, it goes back down to what's the mouth is part of the entire system. He had uh, loose teeth. He had abscesses around the teeth. There's different kinds of abscesses, but his were in the gum. It wasn't like a tooth going bad, like the nerve of the tooth dying. It was the tissue around the tooth had gotten infected from up around the top. So we were able to do the deep cleaning. We did some, might even done some surgery on him. I believe we did, and to get down and remove all the root of that. But it's a continuum of what he's doing at home. So we put him on a regimen of home care, certain products, certain tools that were specific for him. And so what we did is take our time and we showed him, okay, you need to clean this area this way. He had to be the owner of what was going on with his mouth. And he's in his 80s and he took it on. He really did take it on. So he was diligent. He was getting in there. He knew the areas that he needed to work on. And so we were able to, we retested him in I think 3 months, and the numbers had dropped back down into a normal range. And so now all we have to do is keep a maintenance. It's a lifetime of maintenance to keep that situation under control, monitor and maintenance. So when your doctor talks to you about these things, I really want everyone to get that they're not just saying it for no reason. They're saying it. They want you to stay on top of it. They really, really, really do. They want you to be healthy. And it protects the rest of your system because remember, that's the gateway. The If it's around the gums, it's a gateway into your bloodstream. That those bacteria get into your bloodstream, travel through the heart, through the rest of the body. And there are instances where, say when you're filling out your medical history form and you relate that, oh, I have mitral valve prolapse, MVP. And sometimes people know, oh, well, I was told that, and they don't even really understand why. And they say, oh, I think you need to take antibiotics. And then they forget before they have a dental work, they show up for the dental cleaning and they say, nope, sorry, we cannot treat you today because you need to be on antibiotics. And we say, well, they don't understand why. That's, again, it's the bacteria that are in your mouth that are there causing problems or just being normal, that if you go and institute an instrument and you go to do the deep cleaning or scale around there, and any kind of bleeding takes place, it's an open wound, if you will. It's an opening. The door is open, so the bacteria will take advantage of that, travel. They can then collect around the valves in your heart and cause a valve to fail, and then you have endocarditis. Now you have an infection in your heart. And we have, I think, if Lady Pauline is on the call on the Zoom, she shared with me her story of her husband and what he went through, and the doctors. That's what they looked at. That was the question they asked was, well, did he go to the dentist recently? Because why else would he have the type of infection that he had? They understood the connection between the two. So it is important that you understand that those things are connected. A lot of people are getting joint replacements. So be it a hip replacement or knee replacement. So post-operatively, after that, they're usually telling you either A, they want you to go get your dental work done before you have this particular procedure so that we can make sure that you are not going to have an issue with infection after the procedure. They don't want their procedure to fail because then they'll blame it on the dentist that that's why your procedure failed, and it's not necessarily so. But afterwards, if you do have to go, then you want to make sure you are taking the appropriate antibiotics. And so your dentist might say, I need a clearance from that orthopedic surgeon or the cardiac, so your cardiologist, that you're cleared, you're okay to have dental work done. And there's nothing worse than being in a situation where you need to have a procedure done, but they say, well, sorry, you need to wait on your procedure because you need to go take care of your mouth. And that's real. And there are people scrambling around to get their dental work done before they can have the procedure that they need for themselves. So that's important as well. So next slide, please. So I mentioned diabetes a little earlier, and I apologize. I have to see these numbers. My screen is a little far away from me. So there's 34.2 million Americans, or 10.5% of people in this country have diabetes. Now, not all of those people are diagnosed. So 26.8 million know they have it, and another 7.3 million don't know that they have it. And that's important when we start talking about care. And so when you're in the office and we're trying to diagnose and find out why are your gums not responding? Why are you still having infection around your teeth? And it might be that you're uncontrolled or you're even undiagnosed. So then we're making a recommendation, as I had to do before, for testing. And then there's some statistics there on the prevalence of diabetes, the difference between African Americans, non-Hispanic versus non-Hispanic whites. And you can see that, I'm going to lean in close, that we are, I think it's 3.2. Well, they're twice as likely than whites to die from diabetes or complications. We're also 3.2 times more likely to have end-stage renal disease. Now, a lot of us know people that are you see all the dialysis centers, and a lot of them are in our communities because they're going to be close to where people are, and that so that they can get their dialysis. And that's a very high number, and 2.3 times more likely to have an amputation, a lower limb. Lots of times it can be a toe, and I have a good friend who's lost, I think, 3 toes now. They'll take part of his foot, he'll get an infection, and it doesn't heal. And people that have lost, from the knee and below, and more. So I think if it runs in your family, you know what I'm talking about. Taking care of your oral health is super important, that we do that. And that we also take better care of ourselves all the way around. Next slide. And if someone can let me know how we're doing on time, I would appreciate it. I'm sorry, I didn't check the clock before we started. So we talked about snoring, and those of us that may want to consider having a roommate when you become of a certain age, and that is 22 million people in the U.S. have sleep apnea. That's a big number, and of that number, almost 10% of those people are middle-aged, and at least 10% of people over age 65 have obstructive sleep apnea. And that is a pretty big number. So they always say, if you have a roommate or you have a spouse, you're more likely to live longer because at least someone's there to hear you, if you remember on that video that we had. You don't realize it, and people die in their sleep all the time. So um, the statistics there, 38,000 people die each year from heart disease complicated by sleep apnea. They can't always say it was only the sleep apnea, but it certainly puts a huge strain on your heart. If you remember from that video, that person stopped breathing, and it was the heart that had to ramp up to kickstart to get him breathing again. So it is something that it fits in with the profile of being overweight. So keeping your weight under control is super important. So to limit your risk for sleep apnea, uh, the dentist again is someone that tends to notice those things. Again, like I said, we see some of the signs. Like I saw the obvious sign when the young man wasn't breathing in my chair, or they're grinding their teeth because of that stress, and then it shows up, and then you notice that there's a correlation between the two. So the let's see, where are we? Let's see. Let's look at the next slide, please. So to go a little younger, I'm looking at Abiel Valenzuela Zapata and Jacoby Hill. And these two handsome young little men, Abiel was 3 years old, and he was treated at this is in Kansas, and he was in Kansas. He was 3 years old. He actually died at the dentist while he was having his tooth pulled due to an infection. And although he died from a reaction to the medication used, if he hadn't had that infected tooth, he would not have been in that situation. So it was the untreated cavity that caused an abscess, and he was only 3 years old. And the little boy on the right is Jacoby Hill, and he's a little closer to home. This was in 2010 that he was 6 years old, and he was treated down at Virginia Commonwealth University at the school clinic. And he was there to have several teeth capped, meaning that there was decay on several of his teeth, and they were going to put probably those little silver caps on top of them. He died from cardiac arrest after being put under anesthesia. Now, his death was ruled by natural causes, and they believe it was caused by the intubation. So it's one of those things where you ever get the full answer. So it wasn't the infection that caused it, but it was a dental infection that had him there at the hospital anyway. So if we can avoid that, we'll go a long way to saving these little babies. And so looking at those little faces reminds me of the faces that I see when I go over to Swaziland in Southern Africa. And just those kids have zero access to care. And when I first started going there, I was pulling teeth all the time, but instructing them every single time, and instructing the teachers to work with them, because a lot of them were orphans and they lived there at the school. But then when we would come back, there was fewer and fewer extractions, and then we could actually get to some doing fillings on some teeth to try to save those teeth, so we didn't run into that problem. So that was just fabulous. So thank you. Next slide. Two more people, DeMonte Driver and Kylie Willis. You may or may not know these people, but this one, DeMonte Driver, was the young man. He's 12 years old. He's on the left. That's him with his mom. He did die from a toothache. Well, his mother had lost the Medicaid coverage, and she had two sons. And the abscess that he had spread to his brain. He wound up in the hospital. He was in the hospital for 6 weeks and had to have two surgeries trying to get to that source of the infection. And he actually did die from that. And that was in Maryland in 2007. And Kylie, Kylie Willis, this is in 2009. He actually is the nephew. He was 24 years old. He's a nephew of Bootsy Collins. And he died because he could not afford the antibiotics to treat a tooth infection. He had to make a choice. He was given prescription for pain medication, prescription for antibiotics. He couldn't afford the antibiotics, so he opted to get the pain medication, and the tooth infection spread. He developed sepsis in his blood, and he was in Ohio, and he passed away, all because he couldn't afford his antibiotics and didn't have access to care prior to. So the situation is important everywhere. It is certainly not limited to any one geographic area for sure. So this brings me back to our kind of our original site. So when you look at all of these different conditions, the heart disease, diabetes, cancer. We didn't talk about cancer. We diagnose cancer in a variety of ways. If you've been to your dentist recently, they're usually doing an oral cancer screening, a visual exam. Maybe they're using a light to help illuminate the tissue because you can start to see little changes in tissue, and certainly encouraging people to do self exams. Okay, all right. So I'd see my time here is almost over, and I would like to see if there's any questions. Do we have time for a question or two? Are there any times? Which two, Jovita? Which two?
I didn't know that sleep apnea was related to like anything that dealt with dental work. So that was enlightening for me to just hear that information, and along with
Good.
diabetes and all of that. So I thought that was really, really good information. Thank you for that.
Okay, you're welcome. Welcome. Thank you.
And I don't see any additional questions in the chat.
Okay. All right.
Do you have any final remarks?
I guess my final remarks is that your mouth is part of your body. Your oral health is health. That's the message that I can bring home. And
Oh, we do
is
have
this?
one.
Oh, okay.
Is there low cost dental like the low cost Obama health care?
Well, Medicare, Medicaid have been expanded. So I guess if a person qualifies for that, you can look around. There are community centers and again, like I've also been a director at community health center, so I know that space. And we do offer low cost dental care in the community health centers, so you can check around. But as far as the insurance aspect, that's a tough space to be in. But you can check with your individual providers and see what they have as well.
Okay, I see another
Mhm.
question came
Okay.
up. How often should you get cleaning, and should you get additional cleaning as you age? There it goes.
Okay. I absolutely think you should get additional cleanings as you age. I think adults, you know, we tend to have more, everything ages and changes. So just put it that way. And if you are a child, once or twice a year is good. You want to be preemptive. You want to try to catch these things before they're out of hand. As an adult, things, we get dry mouth, we get little recession, our roots are exposed, and anytime you have that, you're subject to get cavities very, very quickly. So or you have pockets and things that it's hard to reach. So it's good to have. It's a good investment. I'll put it that way. It's a good investment in your health to have that if you can. More cleanings. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Wilson. We appreciate all the wealth of information that you have provided us. It's been a wonderful presentation, and we thank you, thank you, thank you from the
Yeah.
bottom of our hearts. We thank you so much.
And Thank you, Lady Pauline, as well. I saw her pop up. So, well, very good. Thank you for the opportunity to bring some information to your group.
Okay, thank you so much. So, with that, everyone, this has been a wonderful, wonderful event. I want to see in the comments how have you enjoyed our community expo. I think we have had tons of great information provided to us, maybe information overload for most of us, but I am so happy that we're able to bring this information to the community. But before I go any further, let me go ahead and introduce myself. I am Lady Javita Miller, and I am one of the co-chairs for the event. Lady Simone, she's kind of under the weather, so she's not able to come on, but she has been working behind the scenes. And from the both of us, we would like to thank everyone for participating and joining. Thank you to the project and program chairs. We have done a lot of work and to provide this opportunity for everyone to share this with our community. We are bringing it on. We're going live. We can share this with everybody in our community. For those who may have missed it, they can go back and see it again. It was great, great to have that panel of the teens. Oh my gosh, I know you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. I mean, it has been phenomenal. So my final words are thank you, thank you, thank you to all the presenters. Yeah, I took some notes too. Thank you to all the presenters because you are truly, truly amazing, and you gave us a lot of information that we can take back to our respective communities. Thank you, Lady Ebony. Oh my gosh, give her a hand, you guys. Job well done. Lady Ebony I mean, she brought that Mississippi twang and all of that, y'all. So I am so grateful for her. To the staff of the Visual Studio, thank you guys. You have been phenomenal. You have been patient. You have been kind, for working with us. And we truly, truly appreciate it. And we hope to be doing more with you guys in the, foreseeing future. Hopefully we will, right? If time permits, schedule permits. And to all of our sponsors, we've had a number of sponsors. We probably got 4 or 5 of them. So I thank you guys also for helping us. So to all of those who had registered via Eventbrite, you will receive an email with our a digital resource guide that lists out everything that was posted today. We probably have a link to this actual expo. We also include links to our speakers, their bios, so you can reach back out to them, and just so you can learn a little bit more about the top ladies of distinction and top teens of America. And with that being said, again, thank you. I am now going to turn it over to Lady Robin, who's going to finish with closing remarks, and then Lady Regina is going to close us out in prayer.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lady Javita. Listen, I certainly believe everyone deserves a round of applause. So this was excellent. So grateful for the spirit of excellence that rested upon this event. So congratulations to you, Lady Javita, and to Lady Simone. You all did a great job. And everyone worked together seamlessly. All of our 5 projects and our 5 programs, you all worked together. And so you all know my word is collaboration. So I'm so grateful for how this came off seamlessly. And, sometimes, things are like, everybody just sees this and not everything with the swan, right? This is just what we see sometimes. And so, listen, you had grace under pressure and you executed accordingly. So I'm so grateful for that. So, again, thank you to everyone that thought it not robbery to share part of your Saturday with us, to every speaker that lended their time, talent, and treasure to us. And, I just echo the sentiments of Lady Javita. Our top teens are our number one thrust, and they are why we do what we do. So I'm so grateful to see our alumni top teens sharing today and presenting. And so grateful for our top teens. That was just done in excellence. And so thank you to every committee chair, every co-chair that participated to make this event a success. And so grateful for it. And listen, how about Lady Vanessa with her UNCF on the street. That was exciting just to see. And so I will never forget. I love my H in front of my B, my C in front of so I really enjoyed that. So I had a good time watching the HBCU presentation as well. So again, thank you on behalf of our executive leadership team. You all know that Lady Karen is traveling abroad, and so she was not able to be with us, but certainly thank you and kudos to everyone for an awesomely executed event. And to our tech team that supported us, again, thank you, thank you, thank you for helping us to do this today. Over to you, our wonderful chaplain, Lady Rudine, to close us out.
Thank you. Bless the Lord, all my soul, and all that's within me. Bless his holy name. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the significance of this virtual community expo. We lift you up and we thank you for our community partners who have shared their new and valuable information available in our communities. Thank you for the top ladies of distinction, Del City, Prince William County Incorporated, for coordinating this event. Our top teams, Mr. John and his team for their electronic expertise and technical assistance, and most of all, our attendees. Lord, bless the food drive tomorrow. Encourage people to bring the food items needed to feed our neighbors. Heavenly Father, help us to dig deeper, look closer, and think bigger. In the name of Jesus that I pray, amen and amen.
Amen. Thank you. And everyone enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Bye.
If I can help somebody.
The Dale City, Prince William County chapter of Top Ladies of Distinction and Top Teens of America invites you to participate in the 2022 Community Expo, where we are connecting educators, families, community members, and youth entrepreneurs to businesses, organizations, colleges, and community resources. The 2022 Expo is a landing point for resources and information directly targeted to meet the needs of our community, and we would love for you to be a part of this extraordinary event. In 2021, the Expo helped us build strong working relationships and referral partnerships with government agencies, non-government service providers, and community leaders. The 2022 event is planned to reach an even broader audience. May I encourage you to join us on Saturday, October 15th at 9 a.m. You can register for the Expo on Eventbrite by searching on Top Ladies of Distinction, Woodbridge, Virginia.
Somebody with a word, a song.